don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, Vale.
The Bucky versus Bayo here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here. He's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello everyone, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Season number 2. We have gathered 20 of the best teams around North America to battle it out for a massive prize pool and a spot at the global competition. Hi everyone, I'm your host Daniel Diagon Gonzalez, and I'll be bringing you the action all season number 2. And we've now kind of come to know and learn the point system, but we'll review it one more time here. 15 points for a chicken dinner, 1 point for a kill.
And this is the one that we all love, right? Ever since we made that big change of 1 kill equals 1 point, that's been huge. We've seen a lot of teams actually switch up. They don't even sometimes go for the win. They just want to make sure they end up getting the most kills, because we have seen teams actually pass up first place in points alone just because they end up getting a lot more kills. And I mean, we have seen things glitter here and there where it comes down to literally just 1 point. We have some PMCO teams that literally made it here to the PMPL just because of 2 points. So anything can happen, and I really hope we see a lot more third party in this season. Yeah.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a lot of opportunity for teams to score points based off of kills, and maybe a couple of places being shifted back and forth. And they want to make sure they get as high as they can on the leaderboard, because the teams are playing for a pretty hefty prize here, Glitter.
Oh, yeah, to say the least. There is a lot of money on the line for these teams, obviously. I think the biggest part for me that sticks out, though, you're going to be seeing it here in just a second, is the fact that there are $45,000 on the line for the chicken dinners that we're going to be seeing over our super weekends, okay? Now, it's $150,000 in total on the line, but $45,000 of that is for those chicken dinners. $1,000 per team per chicken dinner. Of course, obviously, if you make your way to the finals, which is the ultimate goal, $10,000 will be going to the PMPL champion. So there is a lot of money to be won by these squads, Digon.
Yeah, there definitely is. And as always, you get yourself the team points and the team, I guess, deserved money, but also love the fact that you get the MVP from the overall matches. Last season, it was Acer from 19 Esports that was bringing the heat and had his individual award, but 19 Esports didn't find themselves that much at the top of the leaderboard. As we take a look at the tournament schedule here, and we can see it again, that thing that I was talking about earlier. The matches will be on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for the qualifiers on the 5th to 6th, 12th to 13th, and the 19th and 20th, so that the teams can qualify for that 3-day super weekend tournament to gather those points and pick up an opportunity at the finals and a big chunk of that $150,000 prize pool. And Seven, it looks kind of interesting because the finals will be happening on a pretty quality holiday, don't you think?
Yes, Halloween, baby. And I mean, we haven't really confirmed this yet, but I'm looking forward to at least seeing some of the viewers' outfits on Halloween. And make sure you guys tweet it. When that comes, we'll remind you, but let me give you a brief down, all right? If you do dress up, make sure you tweet it at Esports PUBGM and at Esports PUBGM NA, because I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing some of those customs. And who knows, I might end up giving out some UC.
Yeah, there will definitely be a lot of cool outfits. We should coordinate ours as well, and maybe the
Yes.
teams will
Yes.
be coordinating theirs as we take a look at the participating teams in this season's PMPL Glitter. We know right off the top who #1 was from last season. They're back again.
I mean, obviously, we've got to talk about him, Degon. Ghost Gaming, first place out of PMPL NA last season, but it was because of one of the most insane performances we have ever seen during league play. I mean, they had an unprecedented 603 points during league play, so they end up first place consistently across the board for league play. They get first place in finals. They take home a ton of money. I mean, we saw multiple players week over week from Ghost in our top fraggers. They literally became the juggernaut of the season, the team to beat. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that again here, Seven.
Yeah, it will be, but you know what's going to Group B? I think Knight is going to be one I'm going to be looking at. I mean, going back to PMPL America's Championship Season 1, that team absolutely dominated. Coop's outstanding game style just came to display to everybody, and luckily for Knights too, they were able to pick up a huge fragger in Xenox. So I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing how those two kind of match up together. We see what they can do in some of the scrims, but now it's time, right? This is when all the lights are on them. This is when a lot more people are gonna be watching. Knights is definitely one team I'm gonna be looking at. And moving into Group C, I know there's your favorite one right there, Glitter. Nova Esports is back.
Listen, you know that I love starting off a good Nova storyline, okay? And this season is no exception. We talked about them last season, saying that they were a squad that has seen a few roster swaps. They've handled them well so far. Well, I don't know if you saw social media, but once again, we have a new roster. And this time, 7. This roster is kind of insane, okay? And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Nova has added YDD and Yi. Both are players from with PEL experience. And this, I personally think, is going to be massive for the team. It's going to bring a lot of aggression to Nova. And I think that's going to be like the final piece to their puzzle, because last season, they had a stellar level of consistency during league play. And if they can bring that from last season and add it in with their new players, I honestly think they're going to be a scary squad.
I completely agree with you. And you know what? Just to keep it on Group C here, I have to give them a massive shout out. BTOWN Esports, the actual champions from PMCO. This team absolutely dominated when it came to the finals of the PMCO. Every single time they got a win, and they actually ended up getting 4 wins on those finals, they averaged about 12 kills. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of game style they're going to be coming out here now that they're going to be going up the likes of Ghost Gaming, Knights, some of those veteran teams like 19 Esports as well. So BTOWN Esports is definitely one I'm going to be looking at. Now, moving to Group D, let's talk about now the complete opposite from the PMCO. WallStreetBets. This is a team that was barely able to qualify alongside Mezexis, and we're actually tied for 7th and 8th place. I want to see how they're going to come out. They don't want to. We have seen this happen over and over again, Glitter, where we see a team become the one that everybody picks on. I don't want to see that out of WallStreetBets. And actually, during the finals of the PMCO, they were able to secure a win. So I'm sure they're here for a reason. They got the talent, and I can't wait to see it. Now, moving up to Passionfruit Esports, we've heard some changes that might be happening with that team. Some subs might actually be starters now. I'm looking forward to seeing which one of those subs are going to be standing up and are going to be showcasing their skills. Echo, I'm calling you out. And then moving to Group E. I mean, we have a lot to talk about here as well, Glitter, with Dope Esports LLC.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about PMCO. We definitely have to highlight Dope Esports LLC just a little bit here. I mean, not only is that name cool, okay, they're probably the casters are gonna have a lot of fun with this one, but they were our 2nd place team coming out of PMCO NA fall. And honestly, they were pretty consistent across the board. They were even able to sneak in a 16-kill chicken dinner along the way. So they're definitely a squad that we're gonna be keeping our eyes on.
Definitely.
Yeah, a lot to take a look at here when we talk about the 20 teams. Remember, it's 20, so we'll be rotating each group in and out during these weekday matches. So the 2 days there. I mean, I have to look at Group C because there's just stacked all the way on up. But to get a closer look at the teams and the players, we sat down and had conversations with them, put together a little intro video with some of the IGLs and stars of the North American League. Let's take a look.
I'm Beowulf from Ghost Gaming, and be sure to come watch and support us in the PMPL.
Hello, I am Coops from Knights, and we will be playing PMPL NA Season 2. And if you want to see us come dominate yet again, I would suggest to tune in and watch us during the PMPL.
My name is Acer. I play for the North American team 19 Esports for this upcoming North American PMPL. We would really appreciate it if you guys would support us on any platform, YouTube, Twitch, and we'll try to do our best.
Hello, this is Juancho from Team Passionfruit, and you can come support us for this upcoming PMPL North America Season 2.
Hi, my name is Salty from Team Syndicate, and you can watch and support us in PMPL NA Season 2 on YouTube.
Mi nombre es Legal, soy del equipo de Panthers y los espero en PMPL S2 dándonos todo su apoyo.
Hello guys, I'm Shifan. I'm the captain of North American team Nova Esports. Tune in for the PMPL Season 2 and cheer for us.
Hi, hello, my name is J7 and I play for Team XSET, and hopefully you guys can support us and hashtag rep the set.
Hello, this is Lennon from Team Illuminati, and please can support us in this PMPL Season 2.
That was a closer look at some of the stars of the NA region for, possibly trying to get to the top here for PMPL NA Season number 2. And the whole tournament and the whole league wouldn't be possible without our sponsor and partner, OnePlus. So again, OnePlus, make sure to get your hands on one with flagship technology, an immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. Get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro. They're your best shot at climbing the ladder, available at all major network retailers. Thank you again to OnePlus. All right, y'all. Time to get ourselves set and ready for today's matches. It'll be 5 matches today with the teams rotating on in the group. So the teams will only play 4 matches each. Your group will sit out 1. And it will be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. And we'll do the same thing tomorrow as well. And so we take a look at that. We're going A, B, C, and D. Then it's A, B, C, E, and so on and so forth. When you take a look at this kind of schedule here, Seven, does this like mess up with the rhythm of players, or are you worried about anything, or do you like this kind of format?
I like it. I personally like it, but I know some teams sometimes struggles being able to carry momentum. We have actually seen it happen in the past where a team gets a win and they have to sit out, and then after that, when they actually have to play again after sitting out, they aren't able to carry that momentum. So I'm hoping to see that teams have now adjusted, since Glitter, we have seen this format now for quite a while. They should be ready, and they should be able to kind of just carry the momentum, even though they do have to sit out at times.
Yeah, they should have this nailed down by now. So I have high expectations this season, okay? Ooh. I'm ready for some solid gameplay.
All right, well, let's dive into some of those expectations, and we'll go with you there, Glitter, since it seemed like you were ready with them. What are some of the expectations you have for Season 2 of PMPL NA?
Are we talking about overall, or are we talking about this first match that we're about to head into?
Overall.
Ooh, oh boy.
Ooh.
Okay,
Tell them about Nova.
Overall, I'm not going to lie, I do have very high expectations for Nova. I kind of hinted to that, as well as Ghost. To be fair, like I said, unprecedented, 603 points. That is insane. We talked about that how many times last season. So they have some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, they definitely do, as we take a look at who will be playing in that first match here on Erangel. 7, I kind of wanted to throw to you and get your expectations of the tournament so far.
My expectations are going to be Knights, actually. I'm really excited to see what that team's going to be able to do now with the addition of Xenox, as I was hinting at earlier. We know what Coops was able to do, right, during America's Championship. I want to see if he can also continue that currently and how much he has improved. But overall, I think Knights, what they were able to do in Americans Championship was amazing. I'm hoping that they continue on. And Coops was, they kind of sent it out there saying that he was looking to dominate again. So Coops, I'm ready to see what you got, baby.
Yeah, Coops has a lot of weight on his shoulders, and now maybe even a little bit more weight on his shoulders because Seven has his eyes on it. All right, analysts, thank you so much for setting the stage for our PMPL NA season number 2. We'll be back with you guys after the first match, but to get us into the first match, we're gonna need to bring in our casters for the day, the duo partnership of Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Guys, I hope you are super excited, stoked for a hell of a tournament.
Better believe it, D-Gon, man. Good to see you again back on the big stage. I'm really pumped up for today's games. Been a hard couple months for myself personally, but every time I get to see some professional PUBG Mobile being played, man, it just sparks some life into me, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, and Jukes talking about, sparking it up. We got 93 total games here within PMPL. So 30 games for league play, 45 for Super Weekend, and then 18 for those finals. So we are at the beginning, the marathon, we like to call it here, Hot Jukes, and I'm so ready. I hope these squads are ready as well.
Oh, I could hear them, man. I could hear the footsteps getting ready. The players locked and loaded, everybody. Make sure you get some hype in the chat because the first game of the PMPL is about to be underway. We're taking it to Erangel. Let's get it.
Game number 1. Let's get it underway. PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Season 2, baby. Mustache Dave. Jukes, what are we expecting? We heard a lot of pretty precise opinions from the desk, to kind of get things started here. Some hot takes, but what is Hot Jukes? What does Hot Juice expect to see here in game number 1?
Bro, I'm so shocked that I didn't hear more talk about Ghost Gaming, dude. I mean, the OGs in the NA scene. I got a chance to talk to HH24 a little earlier before this whole thing kicked off. I actually got to play with him too at an event a couple of weeks ago, and he said that, man, I'm just looking to get some clips at this point. And when I hear that, that means that he's just utterly confident. Like they got it in the bag. At this point, it's just looking about making some plays. But at the same time, they got some different squads here, bro. We're starting to see some other super teams come into play. So anything can happen. I think this match is a huge, huge moment to kind of set the tone for how the rest of this tournament is going to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I know exactly what you're saying. I'm always a believer in, kind of hitting straight out the gate strong type of deal. Like the gate's wide open right now. All those horses have been just training for this moment. You want to start strong. You want to start with some good momentum. And look at this. Of course, game number 1, talking about getting that momentum going. Nobody drops military base, or at least not right now this game because of the playing path. But military base, that's where we're heading. Game number 1. Like, talk about making it a spicy game here, Hot Jukes.
Bro, I guarantee you all these players right now are just like, yup, it's PMPL, baby, because there's something about PMPL where the circles are always extra spicy. And to start things off, first game, we have a southern shift straight on the Sosnovka military base with a northern playing path. So, man, you're going to see a whole bunch of teams. You see Nova getting in vehicles. I wouldn't be surprised if they just start heading straight down the military and getting there early.
Very smart move if they can do that, and I think they will. Same could be said with the Panthers. We see them in Primorsk, all of them stacked in those vehicles. I wouldn't be surprised if they just avoid looting Primorsk and just trying to get onto that military base island first, because if you're first, you're going to have the opportunity to pretty much get easy pickings on that sweet loot, and after you get that loot, you can set up camp, you can start whatever type of gatekeeping you want to set up here. You were talking about Nova. Well, it looks like XSET with the same plan over here on that east bridge.
Great idea from XSET. They are always a military, a Milta squad. So you always see them drop in that Milta area, and since they did drop in that location or going towards it off that plane path, boom, get in some vehicles. Why don't we just go ahead straight to Nova? We know it has to be clear, and it in fact is. So they're going to be looted up out the teeth. The zone, of course, shifting towards military base, which is what I think everybody is predicting it's going to do. They're going to be set up really well for the rest of the game. And look at Kill Switch, bro, in the McLaren. Looking nice.
Looking nice. That Pink Panther as well. Got that two-tone. So on the opposite end, over here on that west, you had Nova, like you predicted, the Panthers and the Hitlist. All three of these squads trying to pretty much do what XSET did on that east side, but they are quickly intertwining with each other, and we can see the hesitant right here because you have to assume, yeah, the loot isn't the best. We saw a lot of these players immediately get in vehicles, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of these players don't even have guns as of right now.
And it's tough. Jack G is definitely a player that we've seen pop off before in that solo sense, and he's looking to kind of chase this fight down, but there ain't nobody there. They're in the water, so they're gonna have to go fishing. Frady just said, you know what, forget it. I know they're coming after me. I am in the water and swimming, and they're gonna try to get the peaks off. I think they realize that, yeah, he's gone, so they're just gonna go ahead and take priority over zone and switch on the nice kind of a heads up play from Frady. Didn't want to challenge that at all. Can't blame him.
Some might say Frady is afraid right now. No gun right there with 4 members to their back. And we can see the kill feed. Yep, first knock of the season. Rin right there, and the first kill. Congrats to that player, Rin. So we're gonna continue kind of watching as these fights unfold over here. All 3 of these teams all kind of stuck over here on the mainland of this west side of the bridge.
It's going to be the first one, and not to mention it's got to be from Nova too. I mean, a killer squad. So a lot of expectations, I think, coming from them without a doubt. A lot of hype. I mean, they're another Nova team, you know, coming from China. Ended up taking PEL just a couple days ago. So you know that they want to try and get PMPL here as well. And they're going to be the squad dead center of military base looting up. So it's going to be interesting to see how they hold the rest of this game. Everybody else still trying to come on down. Ghost still at Pachinki, looting themselves up. UYU coming in. Now, this team just announced themselves here today, Dave.
Yeah, qualified through PMCO that you and I were part of, known as Godsent. So just in case you didn't hear the news, now they are UYU, and definitely one of those stronger teams coming out from PMCO. So if you were a Godsent fan, well, UYU is the team to keep tabs on as we look ahead. And you're talking about Ghosts. Well, they are now exiting Pochinki, and they are heading right towards UYU. So hopefully UYU are going to be prepared for that defense, because Ghosts, it's October, hot jukes. I think Ghost Gaming are going to have a strong season here just based on that alone. So we'll see what will unfold over here. UYU, it looks like they might be recognizing the push out there from Ghost in those compounds. And you know, we can see Ghost Gaming 100% aware there's a squad on the coast.
Spec already got that 4x DP locked and loaded, and that man is dangerous with it. It's going to be interesting to see a fight if it does happen between these two teams, because Ghost are the OGs, right? They have been in the tier 1 of tier 1 esports in North America since pretty much the get-go, BTOWN from the start, right? And UYU, they worked their way up. I mean, this is a squad that started basically as a tier 3 team, and now they're here with the big boys. So they don't have quite that, insane experience as, of course, Ghost does, but they deserve to be here. So it's going to be interesting to see how that fight ends up between those two squads.
But if there is a team that you don't want to fight early on, in the case of UYU, it has to be Ghost Gaming, because let me refresh your memory. Ghost Gaming, PMPL Season 1, first place. PMPL Final Season... Okay.
So yeah, let's
PMPL Finals Season 1, first place. And then this past month in Monica's PMPL Scrims, first place as well. So Ghost Gaming right now, there's nothing stopping them. And when I talk to all these players, one thing that they all tell me is that they need to overcome Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming is that thorn in everybody's side right here in this lobby. So we'll have to pay attention to them moving forward, but kind of just pulling back just a little bit, getting a better feel for the lobby as of right now. It seems like a lot of these teams that were up in the north finally on that move to get into circle number 1.
Here's the thing about that, though, is that when you're at the top, everybody wants to be there as well. So you're going to have a lot of eyes on you. So a lot of studying has been done on Ghost Gaming by these other teams. This is the first game of the new PMPL season. So I'm looking to see some squads that have that hunger, those underdogs that have the huge fight inside of them. and they're ready to put in some work. At the same time, though, that's a lot of work that needs to be done because Ghost, they ain't going to be messing around. They've been putting in just as much work, if not more, than a lot of these new teams. So, I mean, anything can happen, but I'm just interested to see how it all plays out. This next zone, though, how that's going to play out, that's going to be interesting for sure.
We got Boring Protocol all the way up there, North George, taking their sweet time, trying to avoid the cluster, I guess you can call zone number 1, making sure to get all that nice, sweet loot. BTOWN over there in Primorsk, another strong team coming in, qualifying from PMCO. And Nova, talk about a plan, paying off big time. Nova straight sending it straight center right there, paying off. Look at that. They're still center here, Hot Jukes.
That's the play. I mean, they knew it from the get-go. XSET was right alongside them on the other side of the bridge. So these are going to be the two teams that are going to have all of that zone priority. Everybody else is going to have to figure out a way in. You can see Ghost trying to figure out on that side right there. You got 19E and Ogilvy going down the same bridge. Ghost are on top of that little hill, so they may have to swim this because zone's going to be coming, and trying to get down one of those bridges is going to be insanely risky.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're one of those 3 teams that might have to swim, you want to swim earlier than later to avoid this. Yep. You do not want to be the fish in the water just getting sprayed down. And it looks like Yo are going to opt to stay back on the mainland, take advantage of the little sliver that they might have in the next zone for the time being, and try to secure some points before taking the dive themselves.
Mustache Dave busting out the crystal ball nice and early because, man, dude, I mean, the timing could have been more perfect onto this. And we're starting to see a lot of teams just get punished. But UYU, the squad, worked so hard to get here. Going to have to work even harder. Swim. You can see them just peeking their heads out little by little. Whoop, just trying to get the littlest of air. Oh, so far, not one knock to be had by Yo. Spray. Trying to spray him down, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Great swimming there from UYU.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. You know, I heard the next update will have a snorkel, so, you know, you can stay underwater a little longer. But salt pretty low in the health department. Blinky. I want to see the entirety of the team make it to shore alive. But I'm not going to lie, Hot Jukes, like, it's going to be a challenge, man. They have Yo just tunnel vision right now onto him.
Bro, they are just peeking their heads out for the quarterest of seconds. I mean, they are lit. 1 bullet on 3 of these teammates, and they're dead. You don't get knocked. Yep, ooh. Look at that. Blinky drowned himself. So, didn't even get shot. Just, unfortunately, not enough oxygen to the head, and just gets taken out. So, it looks like they're out of distance now from shooting distance. So, 3 of their members are going to be making it out. Looks like we see a couple teams on the boat, Dave. We got a couple boat tates as well. Passionfruit, BTOWN on the way.
And I see Boring Protocol rolling up to Primorsk. The thing is, I think all those boats might be gone. So, BTOWN, good luck swimming. No. Boring Protocol, good luck swimming, because BTOWN snatched those boats right before you. And Jack G from the hit list. Potential for a nice bridge camp, but Ghost Gaming, this is when that experience comes into play. Ghost Gaming are like, nah, we're gonna dump down the side, avoid those sight lines between 19E and Jack G from behind, and look at that, they're able to just sneak their way into those compounds on the coast.
Ghost, the veteran squad. I mean, just trying to get that rotation in, considering how many teams could have potentially gate-kicked them, is insane. They use those buggies. They picked them all up, and they drove underneath the bridge. You can actually drive underneath the railings, but only in the buggy. So they got buggies, were able to kind of cut through that bridge a little earlier, go down the way, and now, look, they're one of the main teams in the next circle on this rotation. I mean, what a nutty rotation. They're going to start setting up here really quickly, and we're going to start seeing some shots go down the way. The action about to ensue probably in the next just few minutes here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, J7 vibing out right there.
Jamming.
Vibing out, jamming. And, you know, the thing is that's so cool to watch from Ghost Gaming is that they were potentially the ones who were going to get bridge camp from 19E and the hit list. But now with that nice maneuver, they're in a position to camp those 2 squads themselves. So we'll see how that pays off here moving forward. But for the time being, a lot of these teams just still trying to gain a foothold within this very challenging zone.
Polo trying to get away, and he's gonna make it out alive for just the next second. Unbelievable. Yo, how did he live? How is this man alive?
This is Frady too.
Few seconds. That was a huge play from Polo. And I'm honest with you, it's some of those micro plays that really separate yourself from the rest of the squads. You know what I'm saying? Because being down another member early like that, it's so tough. So to be able to survive and keep that 4 up is clutch. And now XSET, they're looking to possibly create a little car wall here and use these broken wall on the other side. Actually, they're gonna go ahead and send their way through it. Catch maybe Legal off since he's separated from the rest of his team. Interesting.
Kill switch pulling up, and 4 in hand, right on top of the bunkers beneath them. They know for a fact they have some enemies right underneath them. So Kill Switch, known for being one of the most aggressive players in the lobby, looking to tally up those kill points early on here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Kill Switch kind of pop in there, try to get a kill point underneath their belt. But getting a nice little view of the graphic on the right-hand side, we can kind of get a picture of who's alive. And still 16 teams alive, Hot Jukes, for about 15 minutes in this game. A ton of action to be had still here in game number 1.
Bro, welcome to PMPL, right? I mean, zone number 3, only one person has gone down. These next zones are going to be ridiculous. This next shift is going to be really huge, especially for these teams on the edges of the circle. They really want this next zone to come to them, especially teams like Knights. If it does go into military, they're going to have quite a difficult rotation. Look at Nova doing a 4-man split dead center. And you know what, Knights, as soon as I say that, they do end up getting the zone. So teams like Bob, the rest of the squad's got to head their way in. Sam trying to get some shots on a Ghost, and looks like they're trying to send it on them. They want this position.
And this isn't in the next circle either. So the blue zone's going to start to push in on their tail end here very shortly. We see Sam pulling up in that buggy with the support behind him. Amazing. Of course, Karn, they're going to be right behind him here. So we might have some action here on that west side, fighting for that west side of the next zone. I'm very curious though, Nova, with that 2-2 split, like you pointed out, like what are they going to do from their current position here? How are they going to third party? They have some solid sight lines, and Sam rolling up the hill right here.
They got to be careful. Nova's doing 2-2 split. They have 2 just kind of holding this side of the zone by themselves. If 19E full pushes this 2, Nova's going to get caught in a 4v2 position. Not something they want. We're starting to see a lot of teams go out to the play zone early on, and that's just due to them trying to get into military base. But I would love to see Nova kind of join the rest of their squad. This is a kind of dangerous split, in my opinion.
I'm surprised nobody opted to go to that radio tower, the highest vantage point on the map right now in this next zone. We've seen it played so many times before, and if it was to hard shift over there in that direction, well, you are going to be in a huge advantage compared to everybody else. But we'll see. I do see Mezexis. They might be pulling up there, but that's just an update on that east side, because the majority of the lobby, Hot Jukes, we can see it, they're all piled on this western zone.
I love how 19E is pushing up, though. They're doing a great job of having one person stand there and keep eyes to shoot just in case, while they have somebody drive up, and they're just kind of just leapfrogging more forward and forward. Nova pushed out, got through the rest of their team. That's good to see, but look at this. Brady with the light out shots, but a nice return one from Polo, and he's going to go ahead and get his teammate up, and they're going to hold the south side of this zone for just a little bit longer. It looks like HG24 is able to pick up a nice kill. Ghost picking up 1 for themselves. BTOWN, though, currently in the lead with 5, and UYU.
Yeah.
The first team's eliminated.
Yep.
WallStreetBets and Passionfruit. Yeah, gone.
3 teams taken out so far, and we lost one of those teams down here in the south. Boring Protocol trying to get some kills, get some knocks before pushing into this next zone. Hopefully they have some vehicles to work with. Talking about trying to make the push. Well, 19E, we see them trying to create some type of smoke cover right now to avoid these sight lines over here. Spring looking to get that wraparound AKM DP in hand.
19
Only
is in
2
trouble.
left. Yeah, only left. Like Carnage, Acer, both bleeding on out. Leon might be going for that pickup here. Very risky.
They're trying to get a reset because they're pinched. They're pinched between both Ghost Gaming and Yo. And you can see Sam gonna try and put the buggy right next to Acer. The beautiful smoke and rock coverage, he's gonna be able to get this res off. And he needs to do it very, very quickly because the zone is closing. Yo is on their way. Leon with a nice knock onto Spray is gonna buy him a little bit more time. Here comes another smoke. He really wants to get Carnage up, but he's gonna have to do it instantly because this next zone is far away. Look at this next circle.
Oh, Purge. If
You called
Purge
it.
has a molly, if Purge has a grenade, I mean, Purge is getting chunked out from the blue zone.
Oh!
And will be taken out right there
Down.
from the squad of 19E. There goes Yo, and talk about another fight that's about to erupt. Ghost Gaming looking to push the shack of Illuminati, and it looks like they took out Illuminati.
They swept that shack, said this is our shack, baby, and that's what I like to see is Ghost realize that they needed to take him out right then and there, and that allowed them to give them 15 seconds to move to this next circle. You can see HH24 about to hop in that buggy. One of the tires is popped out, so he's going to have to really risk the send on in. It's going to be a risky one for Ghost, but hey, they got some kills to help buy them, you know, a little bit of a safety net just in case they get taken out on this rotation.
Talking about rotations, I really want to see what Nova could do. They had the most time to set up a play here. They are all going to be somewhat split for the time being. Looks like 19E, I'm not going to lie, I'm surprised. They got all 4 up. They got the reset, but they are going to be getting caught off guard. And talking about another fight, Knights versus Mezexis right here.
That was a big fight between Ghost and 19E, but Knights and Mezexis have the best position, and they really want to battle for this compound. I wouldn't be surprised if both those squads just decide to kind of handshake for a second to say, you know what, you guys cover this side of the building, we'll cover this one, and then we'll worry about first and second later on, because this is a really, really good spot. But hey, no, nothing's fair in love and war. A lot of rotations going on from Ghost, though. 19E eliminated.
Ghost, you were talking about sweeping the shack. Well, they're sweeping the edge right there. They immediately locked eyes onto 19E, took them out, and now they're in a potential fight with Nova. So we got 2 fights happening right now, the Mezexis versus Knights, and then Ghost on the edge.
Yeah, the Mezexis Knights, unless they get a crazy knock, I don't see them pushing. They're in the middle of zone right here, so this is going to be pretty much of a big stalemate. Unless they get like a huge knock, then they'll send it on to each other. But I don't see the push happening. Yeah, the Nova Ghost fight, that's the one to watch. And here it is, Tensa, trying to catch, I mean, man, dude, Ghost doing such a great job here. They've taken out almost every major team. Game number 1.
It's only memory. Memory pulling the eject button right here, popping in the buggy, trying to salvage the play, go for placement points here. Is going to be able to make it on over the hill. No, did not make it over the hill. And wow, Ghost Gaming are just sweeping the lobby right now. Dukes, game number 1. Are you even surprised?
Oh my gosh, dude, 13 kill. I told you, I talked to HH24, and he said, bro, look, I'm just here to play. You know, I'm going to be doing my best, try to get clips. He's like, maybe some sweet swaps, some seat swaps, something, you know?
Clips.
Like, he's talking about clips, not even talking about a word about this team. And that's exactly what they're getting, dude. But Knights did get the knock, like I had mentioned, and here they come with a full send.
So good.
And they do get the flush. And this is really important because next circle, they're going to have to move just a little bit. But now they have all the time in the world to do it. But they're going to have to face Ghosts coming, dude, because Ghosts are on a rampage, son.
Yeah, Ghosts aren't stopping. But right there from the Knights, that's exactly what you want to see because last season we saw Coops doing all the heavy lifting. Now they got Xenox on the squad to kind of help out right there. 2 of the top fraggers in the lobby. I'm looking for that synergy. I'm looking to see how the comms work right now for the Knights. And
see ya!
See ya is right. Walking out there in the open.
Look at Ghosts, man. Their shots are just ridiculous. Catching so many teams off guard. They know when to be aggressive. They know when to be passive. And they didn't have the easiest rotation. They didn't get gifted this circle. They're earning it, and they're doing it with gun skill, Dave. Pure, unadulterated gun skill.
And it's interesting to look at them because while other teams were focused on getting to military base first, getting as south as possible first, they were just looting Pachinki like it's another game, right? Like no care in the world. And then they pull up mid-game, just playing the edge, and it has been paying off. 14 kills so far, and they are the only team with all 4 members alive still, so they have a huge advantage coming into the late game.
Pretty much XSET are fighting right now, trying to basically go for 3rd place, because I mean it's gonna be tough to take out Ghost and the Knights. But Yachi trying to drive away and gets blown up. So XSET gonna eliminate the hit list. A nice finish for them in 4th place. But honestly, in my eyes, these are the 2 teams you really have to worry about: is Ghost and Pittsburgh Knight. XSET coming up in the bottom side, but I think as predicted, these 2 teams here in the final zone of game number 1.
And you know what's so funny? I'm going to reference it a couple times here today. Monica's PMPL scrims. 1st place was Ghost, 2nd place was Knights, 3rd place was XSET. And that's the top 3 teams right now. So they had a ton of practice. They had a ton of practice here to prepare.
Bro, I'm not going to lie. Looking at these positions, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how this is going to exactly finish this first game. Because Ghost, they have 14 kills. Pretty much no matter where this ends, they're going to be the top place team, right? Pittsburgh Knights have a really good position. XSET are kind of just a little bit off and down a member early. So it's going to be interesting to see. If the zone shifts to them, it doesn't. It does go on over to the Knights and Ghosts. So XSET is going to have to make a play.
Looking to rep that set, and HH24 will be holding that angle.
No way they drive.
XSET might opt to wrap around the west side, but it looks like, J7 going to be the brave one right now to pop in the burning coop. Dude, that thing is just a maybe sacrifice. I don't know. Distraction play. No. 2 players. Oh no, that thing is on. Okay, a couple polo. Okay, they're baiting me right now. 2 of them
passed off all their meds already.
It's smoking.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they passed off all their meds off to Jay and just sent 2 up. And they did survive, but they realized instantly there ain't no way we can full send because we're just gonna get taken out here. Ghost, they just see this as free points. And that's what they're looking for. Jay trying to catch HH24, but Ghost have the full advantage here. XSET has to come to them. Yeah, and there they go down in Coops. Getting a nice Alucard, getting 2 pieces. That's a 2-piece. Are they gonna send? Oh, there goes XSET. The nades.
Okay.
Too strong.
Too strong. And I feel like that fight was the Knights' opportunity to push out and try to third-party them. Not gonna lie. But they opted to stay within their compound. The safety. I get it. But now they're letting the revive occur, so it's going to be a 4v3.
I can't say I blame them, though, because of like where their position is. It'd be really hard to push Ghost. They have to run out into the open, and you know Ghost, if they see anybody on the open, you're done and dusted. So the Knights just going to have to play it just a little bit slower for now. Hopefully the zone goes towards them. They're down a person. They're going against Ghost. Ghost has 16 freaking kills, you know. This should be an easy. They have all the everything going for them at the moment. I mean, what else can you say? They are crushing it. Chico's
that's
in trouble.
equivalent to 1 more point than a chicken dinner. Chicken dinner is 15 points. So if they end up getting the chicken dinner, Ghost Gaming, that's pretty much 2 chicken dinners in 1 game. We'll see. We'll see what they can do here.
I was about to say they already got a chicken dinner, dog. Like they already did.
Technically,
they're
they
already
do. Yeah.
eaten. They're already eaten, bro. Right now, Knights, they're dessert. You know what I'm saying? And Chico, first bite. They want that delicious Coops, though. They want it. They want them.
Yeah, Coops is definitely the cherry on top right here.
The Coops Brulee.
And like you mentioned, Coops, Alucard, they do have that open terrain to push through, and I don't know if they have any more smoke. So honestly, it's just going to be an all-out shooting range for Ghost because, like we just saw from Tenta, they have this broken wall. They can just pop up, take some shots. If they're receiving some shots quickly, dive back down into that cover. So Ghost Gaming, I think, with the advantage here.
Bro, big advantage. This game, dude. I mean, like, literally, the Knights, the Ghost only loses if they throw, to be honest. Like, with how they're playing right now. If Knights come up with something big, then great. But it's all Ghost game. I mean, 17 kills. They have 4 up versus 2. It should be in the bag. And you can see, you know, Spec trying to catch just a grenade knock here for the fun of it.
Oh.
But, yeah, that pushed Alucard out the way. He's going to lay down in that smoke.
Oh.
And he gets caught. 18 kills.
18. Will it be
Where's
19?
That's the Alucard dessert. The Coops Brulee. trying to fight. Oh, look at this. Just go to blue, bro. Just go to blue.
Oh,
yeah,
the
just
molly.
go to blue. Yeah, deny the point. Ghost Gaming. What I mean, come on, dude. Come on, bro. What else can you do?
Smart molly right there. Once the moment they recognized where Coops was behind that corner, immediately toss that molly to get that spread going and to prevent Coops from even having the opportunity to push out right there. So Ghost Gaming, they heard today was day 1 of PMPL Season 2. Jukes, they're clocking in, man. They're ready to get this work done.
I'll tell you what, dude. Ghost, the only thing that they're pissed off about is the fact that it's not Super Weekend, and they're not putting some extra cash in their pocket, you know? But I think that other than that, I mean, I don't even know if they're excited at this point. I think they're just like, we do this, you know? First place, it's another one in the bank, you know what I'm saying?
Well, talking about putting it in the bank, let's check out those round results from game number 1. Pull up the scores because Ghost Gaming pretty much getting 2 chicken dinners, in my opinion, with those kills in that, of course, chicken dinner right there, game number 1. And we were talking about it early game, starting strong, Hot Jukes. Getting a nice head start here on day number 1. Already 1 game deep. Look at this. 33 points right now, Ghost Gaming. 1 game. We've only played 1 match.
Bro, dude. They have more kill points than placement points after 1 game, Dave.
1 game.
Dude, I mean, this is... Yeah, let's go to the second page. Might as well. I mean, it's the Ghost story, dude. Why are we talking about these other squads, dude? Okay, look at the other teams. They didn't do good. Ghost did amazing. I mean, like, what else can you say? I mean, there's only 1 slot. 1 slot going after this. And the way Ghost started the tone, like, after this, what else could you ask for, Dave? What else can you ask for? It's just ridiculous. Ghost Gaming. It's their day.
Yeah, I think maybe they can ask for a round MVP. Maybe we could see a couple of them up here. Nope, not a couple, but all 3 of the MVP. Tensa, Spec, and HH24 up here. Tensa clocked in 1K plus damage this game, and Spec with those 6 kills. Man, looking good here in game number 1.
The triple, baby. The triple, dude. Just... Oh, man, dude. Like I said, I think that after they get a dub at this point, like, you know how some teams, we just see them just go, yeah, baby, we won. You know, like, I just think that they're just like, you know, okay, good job, guys. All right, next game. Let's get another chicken. Maybe 3 more chicken dinners today, and then we'll be fine. I mean, this is just, it's just silly. It's silly, bro. I mean, I was talking about the Ghost at the start. So much hype around them, and they shut down pretty much anybody else's options. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is game number 1. We're going to send it to a quick break. Don't go nowhere.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello and welcome back to PMPL North America season number 2. That map number 1 went perfect. If you're a Ghost Gaming fan, Ghost Gaming player, maybe you're a Ghost Gaming manager, that sets up the scrims for everybody. It went absolutely the way they practiced it over and over again. 7, that was a dominant performance by Ghost Gaming.
That was maybe one of the best starts from Ghost Gaming I've ever seen. We always talk about Ghost Gaming being slow and which one of the players is the one that's going to be step up first and then all the other players are going to follow. Guess what? Everybody from that team decided to step up on their first game, and I love it. I'm all for it. I'm glad they just, on the first game, they send out that message and say, hey, we're here and we mean business.
Yeah, it was business straight away here, Glitters. We take a look at the leaderboard here from the last map because it was just huge for them. And they got to defeat Knights as the last other team remaining.
I mean, they pretty much defeated the majority of the heavy hitters that we had talked about at the beginning of the day. I mean, you can see here, we heard the caster saying it as well, 18 kill points, the very first game out of the game, more kill points than placement points. I mean, I said they had big shoes to fill. They were prepared. And I honestly, 7, you tell me how you feel about it, but I felt like they did it with ease.
Yes. Listen, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say the exact same thing. The push that they did on Nova, I think that was when okay. Ghost came to play. Like, they're not just waiting and seeing what happened, readjusting some stuff. No, they know exactly what they want to do, and it doesn't matter which team is in front of them, and they're going to go for it. I mean, Nova Esports, though, to give them some props, they did try some stuff that we're not used to seeing out of them before, Glitter, with that 2-2 split. It worked out for them a little bit. They were able to rank up at least 6 skill points right there, which is huge. And, I mean, can we talk about Ghost Gaming kills? 18 kill points, that is huge. That is as much points as Knights was able to get that whole match, and I wouldn't be surprised if Knights is going to be looking to respond in that next game, Glitter.
Yeah, and then as we take a look here at the second page for a match ranking, you can see that this was one of those games where just those top 4 teams were those huge point sponges. Okay, this entire second half of this lobby struggled to really nail down their aggression or get those placement points. That happens sometimes. First game out of the gate, first game of the season, you know, everyone kind of has to find their groove. You had even seen at the very beginning, we saw the playing path for Yo all the way up in Severny, and they had to make that rotate all the way down to the south sides. And, you know, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, a couple names down there that I guess maybe you didn't expect to see. 19 Esports, they were coming in pretty high in the tournament from their placement from Season 1. And also Passionfruit, they had to deal with, you know, the fact that they started with 3. You know, Juancho and the boys can try to rally here, but it was a tough start for them. But a team that didn't have a bad start, we were all relatively surprised with how many kill points they had. BTOWN Esports, they're the team that won PMCO, and so qualified in as one of the top contenders and started off pretty nice here as we take a look at them and Yo, another team that qualified in here, Sam.
Yeah, and I figured why not just give them some time for the viewers to get adjusted to this team since they are new here to the PMPL. And I mean, BTOWN being able to secure 5 kills, their placement points wasn't quite there. And keep in mind with BTOWN, something that I talked about at the beginning is this team is known for fragging. So it's good to see that they're kind of transitioning that what they were able to do in the PMCO here to the PMPL. Yo didn't get us lucky on the kills, but if you keep in mind that the average survival time, they were almost able to match the average survival time of BTOWN. I am looking forward to seeing how BTOWN adjusts as we are able to see some of the I guess you can say more mature teams are being a little bit more aggressive in Knights and also in Ghost Gaming. So BTOWN definitely gonna have to adjust a little bit, but I do hope they continue the aggressiveness.
Yeah, and we got to remember too that this was kicking off the whole league with a military based circle. Like that was like, the game was like, yeah, we're going to throw a wild one at you, see who comes out on top. Well, it was 2 of the expected teams on top. It was Ghost and it was Knights as we take a look at their head-to-head stats there. Glitter, when we look at this, what jumps out at you between these 2 top teams from North America as we expected them to be here?
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and throw it out there. It might be the fact that game 1 of the entire season, Ghost decided to drop almost 3k damage for everyone. I hope, you know, everyone was awake now after watching that. 18 kills versus 6. I mean, the survival time was almost identical. They were obviously our last two teams there in the end of that first matchup, but just okay, Ghost. Like, they're setting the tone for this entire season right now. We were expecting a lot of them. Seven, I know you were expecting a lot out of Knights as well. They were, you know, a team that you were very excited to talk about here. But when it came down to it, Ghost was just a little bit seamless.
Yeah, just the aggressiveness. I mean, going back to that, the aggressiveness that we saw at Ghost is something that we're just kind of not used to seeing out of them this early in the tournament. Keep in mind, that team can definitely be aggressive, but usually they tend to start slow. So this completely different shift, I love it because I'm already thinking about the finals. Keep in mind, there's only going to be 3 days, so that's what I'm going to be looking at. But right here, I mean, look at the team stats. Tensa, we know he's the big daddy Tensa of Ghost Gaming, being able to put up 1,000 damage just by himself. That was almost as much damage as Knights was able to put up all of the players of Knights. Now, going down the list, I do want to give a huge shout out to HH24. This is a player that I also usually tend to see kind of start getting more kills, start getting more damage halfway through a tournament. So I'm happy to see this turnaround from these players. And we have Beowulf as well. He's being able to get kills. Everybody showed up here from Ghost Gaming, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been around for such a long time at different iterations when they were Team Totality, Tempo Storm, members from Cloud9, Misfits. I think at one point Bayo was on Nova. So these guys, it's almost like we just have to sit back, watch, and enjoy the artistry that they give to us week in, week out, month in, month out, tournament in, tournament out, and yet another fantastic performance here by Ghost Gaming. All right, everyone, if you want to stay connected with all of everything that is happening for PMPL and PUBG Mobile Esports, use the hashtag PMPL on all of your social media platforms. You can check us out on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Use the hashtag PMPL to stay involved in the conversation and, you know, have us hear your conversation as well. Who are some of the top teams, top players, and some of these underdogs that you expect at home to jump on up? Use the hashtag PMPL and join in the conversation. All right, so round one in the bag. Ghost Gaming pops off. Knights is there. Nova gets themselves at least 5 or 6 kills. We're now moving to Miramar, map number 2, and that means our Group E that sat out in the first match will now hop on in. Group D will take a back seat and watch and recuperate as Ghost cleaned up that lobby. We get to see which teams are exactly in there right now, as I think it's Lazarus that will be hopping on into the group along with Syndicate, Dope Esports, and Pro Era, Passionfruit, Panthers, Yo, and WallStreetBets. All of them had a pretty rough game number 1. We'll get to take that break there. 7. So after that game, other than a couple of the top teams that we saw pop off there, who do you have your eye on as we move to Miramar?
I'm going to be looking at BTOWN Esports. I was actually really impressed by how many kills they were able to get. They didn't show any being scared in any way, shape, or form. So I'm looking for them to keep that up. And as I was mentioning earlier, I just hope they adjust certain rotations. Keep in mind, they're going into more veteran teams. They're going against teams the likes of Ghost Gaming and Knights, which those teams are not going to be scared of facing you. So I'm hoping they are able to adjust a little bit more to that. And maybe they save it to the end because we know they got the fragging power, Glitter. And I'm pretty sure if they can at least get within the top 7, the kills are always going to become a lot easier. You'll be able to third party a lot of stuff. So BTOWN is definitely one I'm looking at.
Yeah, Glitter, who are you looking at and thinking about after that first map?
See, I kind of like this a little bit because 7 is looking at a lot of those heavy hitters coming out of PMCO and kind of has high expectations for them. I'm looking for a rematch now. After that first game, I want to see Ghost go back up against Knights, go back up against XSET, 19E, Nova, all those teams that we called out for being the ones to watch. I mean, you even said it yourself, 7. Nova might have gone out earlier than they would have liked, but they did still get 6 kills on the board, and we had mentioned that aggression is what we were looking for Nova to potentially change. To be fair, Ghost kind of came up behind them and instantly swept them out, but they did have a strong kill start, so I'm looking for the clash of the Titans again.
Yeah, I know that G-Fan is not one to shy away from using the early rounds to perfect things, and so he's going with the aggression early on in map number 1. All right, thank you so much, analyst, for breaking down that map number 1. We'll say bye to you and bring in our casters for the first time on Miramar. Coming on back is Hot Jukes and Dave. Dave, I got to ask you, it's our first time seeing the LLC. What does Dope LLC stand for?
Dope Esports Limited Liability Company. So you already know they're going to be coming into this match and probably getting that winner chicken dinner here, D-Gon.
Yeah, it's all you guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, man. Bro, dude, speaking of limited liability company, I was just on the phone right there, dude, talking to some of the Ghost players, and I think they're going to have to create some limited liability companies to try to figure out how they're going to spend all this money that they're about to make. I mean, because this is just insane. And the rest of the teams, they're going to have to do something about it, bro, because they, I mean, what a way to start things off, right? Come on, let's get it going.
Sure. And you know what? I see a bunch of people in the chat like, oh, Ghost Gaming, talk about. Listen, if Ghost Gaming are getting equivalent to 2 chickens in game number 1, you cannot avoid talking about them. But ladies and gentlemen, match number 2, day number 1, Miramar.
Let's go, baby. Miramar is where it's at, dude. So, man, woo! Game number 1, obviously, was just insane. Miramar, you're going to have a new map, try to mix things up, and I want to see some other teams try and bounce back. But you know what? I actually talked to HH24 right before this match, dude, because I was like, bro, come on, dude. Come on. I mean, you did it, right? You did it. And he just said one sentence. You want to know what he said, Dave? You want to know what he said?
Easy.
He just put XD and then got to make sure they don't try to mess with us. That's it.
Oh,
you know,
I don't know. That's kind of like, that's a little bit of trash talk, in my opinion.
You
have to make sure they don't mess with us.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit of trash talk. I think that's trash talk. I'm not gonna lie, Hot Jukes. To me, if I'm a team that got annihilated by Ghost Gaming in game number 1, HH is talking to you, right? Like, HH isn't talking to me. He's not talking to you. He's talking to them, right? He's talking to the team that they easily swept underneath the rug. So, to me, those are some trash-talking words.
Bro, you just said, like, if you're a team that got wiped by them, and that just happens to be every top team in this line, they killed them all,
just
dude.
talking to
They
you.
They took out Nova. They took out 19E. They took out the Knights. They took out XSET. I mean, like, come on, bro. What else do you want? I mean, because we've seen in the past, right, from this team, we've seen squads hunt them down and keep them out of tournaments. Oh, Salty. Come on. Hit this winning shot. I want to see it. The Winchester, bro. It's out. It's in action. Trying to get some shots here.
That's a bar shot, too.
Oh, and by the way, after this update, the Winchester's no joke.
Oh, receiving some shots back in return from D-Gon's favorite squad, Dope Esports LLC out here. But Salty from Syndicate has something else to say over here. He's like, D-Gon, why aren't you cheering for us? All right, and Dope Esports looks like they're going to be taking those Winchester shots and trying to avoid getting knocked out here in the open terrain of the barren desert of Miramar. No vehicles so far for both of these squad mates, as they're going to be out here just running with the dream to look forward to not going out first here in their first game of the evening.
Sir, indeed. You can start seeing them trying to get moving a little bit here. Dope Esports LLC on the run, trying to find their way on into this next circle. Starting to see all the rest of the squad. Man, all the rest of these squads have to just look at the results after that last game. And they're going to have to make some adjustments, son. Like, they really do. I know I've been harping on it, but I mean, what else can I say? It's game number 1.
You think so, though? After game 1, you already have to go back to the drawing board? I don't know, Hot Jukes. Game 1?
I mean,
come on.
I mean, dude, it's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Because that is such a ridiculous performance, you know? I think that you may want to start going to the drawing board in future dates. Because to be honest with you, the goal of right now is to get as many points as you can, of course, right? Like, that's the main thing. You want to get as many points as you can for, you know, things that are coming up in the future. But the main thing is you want to make sure you make it to a super weekend. So that's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal.
And All I know is that come Super Weekend time, the drawing board is definitely going to have to happen. The day off they're going to take before the Super Weekend starts, all those teams are going to have to really, really put in work.
I think another goal as well, if you are one of these teams in a lobby besides Ghost, your goal is to avoid Ghost, right? I mean, I'm not even joking no more. Like, Game 1, Ghost, you mentioned it. They took out all the top dogs in the lobby. Like, all those top teams that people would expect to really pop off and put up a good fight, they took them out. And they ended up with all 4 members still alive towards the end game. So you have to assume they took them out with ease. So if I'm one of these teams that kind of share those same rotational pathways as Ghost Gaming, talking about the draw board, I'm like, okay, squad, let's not do that. Let's avoid, because when a team, and I'm serious though, like I'm a true believer in momentum. When a team is really just popping off, fragging out, and just performing out of their minds like it's just another day, like there's nothing stopping that. You know, when you're feeling loose, when you're feeling good, confident, you're just having fun, Hot Jukes. And game number 1, to me, it looked like Ghost Gaming were just having fun, and they ended up getting a ton of kills doing it. So it's kind of interesting to think about. You know, you got these teams that are making things look easy. Then you have teams on the bottom end that are just struggling, like 0 points. You have to assume they're already kind of getting a little tilted after game number 1. But the goal, you call it out, top 16, right? League play, top 16, that's the goal. So if you get, taken out first, 0 points, don't stress. Do not stress. Take a deep breath, try to avoid Ghost Gaming, and just try to get top 16. Like, that's the goal here for the 2 days of league play. And I think that leaves a lot of room for teams to really feel it out here game by game.
You want to know what's so funny, Dave? Is
HH message you right now saying season?
No, I mean, no. The fact that what you just said just proves exactly what HH said. Like, you just, like, basically confirmed, dude. You got to make sure they don't try to mess with us. And you're just like, I wouldn't mess with them, like, because, I mean, you're right. I mean, when you get such a crazy performance like that, and the goal is top 16, especially that's the goal of right now.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're on fire. Let's not mess with them. Like, let's just try and stay out of their way. Make sure that we get, some solid performances. But at the same time, you got to make sure that you're preparing for that Super Weekend to be able to fight Ghosts. Because, bro, there's only one slot, baby. One goes on to PMGC. And if you ain't first, you're last pretty much when it comes to that. Because there's a big prize pool here in PMPL, dude. But PMGC is another level.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's definitely
it is a massive prize pool.
Yeah, it's looking ahead for sure. And big picture, yeah, totally agree with you. Like, that's the goal at the end of the day for all these players, all these teams. Woo! But Pan. Okay, Pan with that lean peak spray right there from Pro Era. Okay, a nice little pick right here. And I saw a couple fans in the chat for UYU. They're like, UYU, avoid water. Don't go for those swims. Well, Miramar, not a lot of water. And, well, Trey getting caught out here in the open once again.
Pan with the first kill of the game. And UYU, didn't have a great start to the last one. Having a tough one here. You can see that, Trey was just trying to go and get some intel for his squad. And he did get that intel, but unfortunately, it was the hard way, by getting taken out from Pro Era. So a little bit of a standoff between both these squads. It'd be interesting to see if Pro Era tries to kind of push this to get those early points, considering that they did take out one player. It's definitely an option on the table, but it's up to them if they want to take it.
And talking about having fun, we know, we're suspecting that Ghost Gaming are having a great time after game 1. I spoke to Pan, but before these games here, and they told me exactly that. Like, we're looking to just have a good time and make as much money as possible. I really like that mindset, because you have to think, Hot Jukes, like, they already made it here, right? Like, this alone is an accomplishment. And they qualified from PMCO as well. So, like, they grinded, they did the opens, they got the PMCO, went through those ranks, and now they're here with the pros that we've seen for the past couple years, right? So that alone is a big-time accomplishment, and I really like that mentality of, like, hey, we made it. Let's get that money, baby. Let's get that money. So we'll see Pan getting a nice little kill right there, and we're going to get a nice look at the zone. Ghost Gaming, dead center. got Dope Esports LLC, Los Leones, hoping, fingers crossed, that it gets a nice little shift over there. Besides that, what stands out to Mr. Hot Jukes?
I mean, Ghost dead center. It's always a good place to be in Miramar, especially with the next zone coming on up. It does shift on over. So far, there's only been one person taken out, which is very typical here of PMPL early circles. But, we're starting to see just some teams trying to figure out and predict, where the next circle is going to go and just trying to set themselves up best for that particular situation. But the scary part about Miramar is that you got to have those vehicles for those rotations. And one bad one, your whole squad could be taken out. So you got to play it real carefully. You got to move up slowly, leapfrog, make sure you got those gas cans ready, and just hopefully get into that next circle safely.
And I think another thing to kind of look into here is prioritizing smokes when possible. I think smokes kind of got a buff this season. Reason being is because aim assist is off, right? Before, aim assist might help a little bit with those random sprays through the smokes. And I kind of want to get your take, like, do you think with it being off, smokes got somewhat of a buff because now, the chance of getting shot through the smokes aren't as high, or what's your take on that?
Definitely. I think definitely, man. Smokes got a buff. Snake play just got a little bit harder. And that's really all aim assist is for. And as a matter of fact, I guarantee you, there was some players that were playing without it, these gyroscope players. But the thing is that when you do have that aim assist on towards, that end, when you have those smokes, it kind of just barely leans in the way of where the player is. Doesn't lock onto their head like crazy or anything,
Yeah.
But it just helps guide you. And the thing is that if you're trying to shoot through the smoke and that aim assist guides you to the right, then they're running to the right, and you're able to kind of adjust your shots accordingly. And now that that's not a factor, UJ4's gone.
No, not gone yet, but definitely falling to their deaths here. Looks like Tensa will be able to get the pickup, and Bayo, okay, setting up a little bait over here. UMP in hand, able to bolt through that window. Really low in the health department, bolted back out. Getting tagged in the process.
It's up to Tensa. Tensa with that UMP. The man's definitely got the skills to pay the bills, and he's showing it off right here. 1v1. Here comes a 1v2. Actually, it's a 2v1 situation. HH24 and Tensa, the dynamic duo, are gonna get it done and shut down Syndicate. They did lose Spec in the process, but they're gonna still have 3 and 4 kills to boot. So nice turnaround there from Ghost, man. HH24 and Tensa, they probably have more experience as a duo than any other duo in the entire game. No lie.
All planned. That was all planned, man. That was them trying out the new fake tactics right there. And Polo from XSET on the roof with the M4, trying to get the spray down onto Boring Protocol, who had a rough game number 1, forced to take a boat on that boat tape from Primorsk. And now it looks like 3 of the members might be opting to pile into this truck, reposition, and they are changing their minds real quickly because they open up the map and they're like, hey, we're in the zone. Why rush it? Let's just see where this next circle goes. Fate already in a vehicle, ready to reposition.
And dude, it's always interesting to see Ghosts. Like I've always said, it's almost like they become a more powerful team when one of their teammates gets knocked. That's what I think separates them from any other squad. When one of their teammates get knocked, it's like the other 3 just go insane. Like they just turn up the dial to 11 or something. And the next circle is going to go towards them, towards Pecado, Sin City. So they're going to have some time, to kind of rest and relax. They do have a 3-man. But, man, that's something that's just so – you have to beat them. You just got to beat them out, man. You got to make those plays because if you give them even the slightest little opening, they're going to take it every time.
It's all about beating them out, especially over there in Picado. They are going to be down 1, though, so that is fortunate for everybody else in the lobby. Spec is going to be done and dusted for this game at least. Dope Esports LLC, Degon's favorite squad, get intertwined right here. We're going to pop over to Pro Arrow. We saw Pan get a nice little knock in a kill earlier on. This is a nice little glimpse of this east side. Knight saying, nope, we're going to avoid that at all costs and crash into Picado. Oh, that bus is not looking the best here, but Knights are able to successfully get a nice spot here in the next zone.
Able to hold it up in Picado. 19E are going to take the mountainside. Pro Aero are going to take those hills and little divots right beside that mountainside of Picado. So they have a pretty pretty damn good position as well. The rest of the squads, it's interesting to see where they're going to try to set themselves up because it's pretty much anyone's game at this point. Circle could shift in any direction. You just kind of want to really try and pick up some of those vehicle kills. That's what I think all these teammates are looking for. That's why you see 19 so split up high. Trying to catch someone slipping. Oh, speaking of slipping, XSET going on a bop.
Yeah, it looks like Bob opted to try to go for a 2-2 split, right? And that's kind of like a high-level play that we see come kind of from the top teams in the lobby, like we saw last game from Nova. I don't know if they're quite there yet, but they're going to lose one in the process, and now it's pretty much their other scout pushed forward between 4 members of XSET. So just hoping that they are not spotted. Oh, I'm actually surprised they popped up right here, Hot Juice.
That was a risky one right there. Tried to make the, the crazy little crouch plays, but yeah, just shut down really quickly. Thought he was going to be able to get that kill. A little element of surprise, but once you lose that element of surprise, whew, yeah, it's tough. So they're going to go down. XSET going to add another kill to under their belt. And so far, yeah, good. Well played.
Good stuff.
Well played.
Yeah, well played from XSET. They have a really nice spot, too, because those vehicles have those mountains kind of to the west side, and then like a nice kind of open patch around them as well. So if any team was to opt to crash them, they're definitely going to have the heads up from that open patch. And it's pretty center. So XSET looking pretty solid here this game. I think the north, we might have some action here, especially with this next circle shift here. Ogilvy, got Nova. Oh, and the zone to make matters worse. So, yeah, things are definitely going to heat up right now.
This is 19E's time to shine. They have a really, really good position here, so they should be able to pick up quite a few kills. I mean, look how many teams are going to have to move into this one, and the terrain here is pretty rough to navigate through, but they're going to have to do it on vehicles because that's just, this map is so massive, and that's the problem, is that when you have those vehicle rotations, you can see them doing a 4-man split, having one person lead the way just in case. But it's going to get risky, and look at this. Look how many teams are trying to get into Pecado. But you got so many shots coming from all directions. W1D1 Esports LLC getting bashed up. Full send, and they're alive for now, and they actually might make it.
Send it. They are just sending it between the crossfire, between the Knights, and BTOWN somehow able to still be alive. Nesquik trying to survive. Whoa, whose smoke is that? That smoke blocking those sight lines. Nesquik dropped out the vehicle, and here comes Coops. Coops hearing these shots from W1D1 Esports LLC, looking to get some kills.
Yeah, you can see him just using those sound audio cues to try and get that nade off. And here comes Coops trying to get it done. Nesquik does go down. Chico gets a nice nade onto you here. That's extremely well played from them. The Knights, here they come, just starting to creep their claws right into W1D1 Esports LLC. And it's only a matter of time here. Flawless is going to be holding this building by himself. That's going to be a tough one. Look how many Molotovs are in there. I mean, this building's on fire.
Wow, yeah, I don't know how Flawless is going to survive here. You got all of the Knights on the hunt, and this is what we were talking about. Those smokes so critical here to survive now. It looks like Dope's trying to evacuate the situation, but Knights are not letting go here.
They got nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go. And here, they heard that right there. Gallo's got the M249, but good luck and goodbye, dude. The Knights doing some good work. You know they're pissed off after that last game. You know they wanted that chicken dinner, man, so they're going to come in hot here.
Man, I'm surprised BTOWN just kind of was chilling that whole time, you know? I feel like they had the opportunity to maybe third-party that push from the Knights. I know that building is going to be blocking those sightlines, but they definitely need to be looking ahead. They are right there on the edge of the play zone. And popping back over here, Ghost, they were in Pecado. They went all the way down south, wrapped all the way around that west side, and now they're pulling up into Power Grid. Talk about a rotation right here from Ghost Gaming.
Dude, these guys are just so nuts when it comes to the rotation. They know this map, like they know every map like the back of their hands. They do this for a living. These guys are literally professional esports athletes, and they're just going to town right now, just doing their job. You can see them just setting up the vehicles, getting ready for the next possible rotation, because zone definitely could shift off of them. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna go ahead and move on away from it. But if anyone can do it, it's gonna be Ghost Gaming. The hit list, dead center. 19 East will have a great spot. And we're starting to see all these teams just kind of jam-pack right here. This next zone is going to really decide who's going to be favorable for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the southern part right here between BTOWN and the Knights, because BTOWN were the #1 team to qualify from PMCO. They were so aggressive. They had 3 out of the top 5 fraggers in the lobby, and Graves was telling me that the team took this last month in those scrims to work on their individual gun skills. So BTOWN, I'm looking at you. I'm looking to see what you can accomplish here. They do have 4 up. The Knights, we know they are a strong damage-dealing team as well. So it's going to be a true test to see what BTOWN can pull off. It looks like BTOWN are going to try to possibly avoid this, as I see them wrapping around the edge of the blue on that east side. I'm okay. I don't hate the play.
Not a bad play at all. I mean, they're going to have to start moving into this next zone here really soon, because Circle 5, this zone hurts. So they don't want to eat too much blue zone damage if at all possible. But they're going to have to get to the Knights first. You can see Ghost setting up. And look at this. The rotation from Ghost, dead center circle. All the way from the north side.
How'd they get here? Like,
bro, I mean, it's like a teleport.
Dying?
I'm telling you, it's ridiculous to watch. I mean, you have to study them like insanely, because their rotations are just second to none. Mezexis getting into it with XSET. J7 trying to get this first 8 off. He is going to be able to get it off for now. Jay is 1 HP. All XSET are on the ropes. He has to win this 1v1 with Starlight. Here he goes, and he gets it. The headshot.
The headshot.
You can hear those plinks, dude. That UMP. The best CQC weapon in the game right now. How insane is that? Never thought I would say those words before.
Headshot. And I love the sound as well. Now we know. Now we know when there's a headshot. That clink right there. It sounds so good. So XSET looking to rep that set. 19 Esports. Okay. Checking in with them. Still 4 up here towards the north. Got the Illuminati right underneath their thumb in those compounds, looking to rotate in the open. Mango looks like some free points to me. Able to get right by, but Sam will be connecting onto 1. Carnage down there. What happened to Carnage? Fell off the cliff.
Gets taken out by them. Yeah, I would have loved to see them try, because Carnage was in the zone. 19E had the circle for quite a while, but after this zone here, it did shift a little bit away from them. Carnage prioritized their next spot, but 19E wasn't able to get to him, so he had to deal with that entire squad. Carnage goes down. The Knights in big trouble. 1 nade. Oh! Baby!
Hold up, though.
1 nade!
Hold it.
And it's from Xenox!
Xenox, what are you doing?
What happened?
No! Oh, we need an instant replay of that right there. Xenox? What?
He said,
the strategic, the strategic squad wipes. Coops is still alive. So they do have Coops carrying the Knights flag here, looking to get some placement points at least, maybe some kill points as well onto those 2 members of BTOWN. Next zone goes up, so BTOWN might be able to gatekeep Coops. Very interesting grenade right there. Not exactly sure how that ended up happening, but mistakes, maybe strategic. I don't know. We'll have to get a comment on that one.
Xenox, dude, just getting up and saying, "Ain't no one gonna take out my squad but me." That's how it's done. Love to see it there. I mean, the rest of the team's gonna have to try and take out each other. As you can see, the Hitlist doing some, pretty good movement. They are very split. I would love to see them push a little bit tighter together, just in case one of them does encounter a squad. They're going to try and catch Ogilvy. I would love to see them full focus all their efforts on the player, team by team. Like right now, they could full send this one member from Ogilvy and just not have to worry about him. But the longer they wait, the more of a thorn is going to become to their side.
And Burex is not slowing down as well. Even though they're solo, they're trying to get these grenades, trying to get these shots, trying to get these points underneath their belt. So we'll see. We'll have to pay attention to the kill feed as 19E still 3 up here with the high ground, overlooking the Illuminati. This fight has been dragging out for some time, and it looks like 19E looking to seal the deal right here. Wrapping around, Leon jumped down, making sure to get that confirmed on a Mango.
Great plays onto the Illuminati. So it's going to be just land up left, and they are going to be actually completely eliminated. I would have loved to see 19E do that a little earlier so they could have kept Carnage up. But hey, you know what? It happens. They still have 3 up. They did get the kill, so a great play from them. How are they going to finish, though? That's the question. The hit list, Mountain Goats, Jack G, up on top, trying to spot some players slipping.
Trickster really low as well.
Oh!
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage from jumping down. I mean, mountain goats aren't supposed to take damage because they're used to scaling these cliffs. Can't say they earned that title, but Kill Switch on the hunt for his arch enemy, Coops over here. These two players have been going back and forth. Looks like Grave trying to survive. Kill Switch. UMP right there on the top.
Bro.
2 kills. 10 kills for XSET, by the way. 10 kills this game.
What a game from XSET, to be honest. Killswitch and J7 just as a duo. Killswitch could have waited for J7 before he crossed, but he's so confident in his gun skill. This is the person that we saw literally start from the bottom.
PMCO.
Dude. I mean, yeah, PMCO made a name for himself as the top killer, got on another squad, and he's just doing work. Telly versus Ghost, and AHH24 going to come clean that up. This is what I'm telling you. Like, when one member of Ghost gets knocked, the rest of the teams are there right beside him instantly.
Not only are they there to provide the support fire, but the smokes to try to immediately get the pickup. Instant pickup, something that we talk about all the time when we're looking at Ghost Gaming. And will they be able to pick up Bayo? Jat G looking to cook this grenade, looking to toss this grenade. And it's good, baby.
From downtown, is Jat G going to hit that one? And I wonder if they're going to decide to fully send it on here. Jat G's going to throw him another one right in the same spot, trying to catch him, slipping. It does get a little bit of damage. It's going to be up to AJ24. He has to do this 1v2. Not going to get it done. The hit list able to take out the top team in the lobby. 19E Acer did get blessed with this zone, but the rest of his squad died in the process. So he's going to try and get some extra points for his team. Here comes Lazarus playing very, very tightly together.
I like this a lot, but if Lolo can get a molly, can get a grenade right on top of him, well, that's going to spell disaster, like what we saw on the opposite end over there from Jat G. So Lazarus, 3 up, 1 kill so far. Trying to get as much intel as possible. We'll be spotting out Sosa up there, playing that off angle.
Trying to get some nice shots onto them. Lazarus are playing this very, very close together, trying to be able to put some pressure. Here goes Kill Switch. Dude, this duo, Kill Switch and J7. And I told you it was HH24 and Tensa as a duo, but these two players are no joke as well. And you can see them putting in work. J7 putting out the pre-fire. Here comes Kill Switch with the UMP once again. Ooh. Bro, this guy's unstoppable right now. 4 kills to his name. Huge points for XSET. A big, big game for them. And they're not done yet.
600 damage as well. 19E eliminated right here. 3 teams to go. Lazarus still looking healthy with 3 up down here on the edge. Pan, the last one alive from Pro Era. But you cannot discount Killswitch and J7. They have been working in tandem towards the later half of this game, and they are looking good. Their communication, their synergy is on point. We'll see. J7 is going to be knocked down, though.
Pro Era completely pinched between these two teams, and they're going to go down. Here goes XSET against Lazarus. This is the last 2 squads. Lazarus are going to come pick him up. It's just Killswitch left. Lazarus should have this in the back, but it is Killswitch. He does have a hill to work with, but just gets up a little too quickly. Gets 1v2'd. And Lazarus are going to take the chicken dinner after game number 2. And that is a big game for them.
Yeah, not bad at all. PMPL Season 1 Finals, I believe they got 5th place. League play also 5th place. So this is definitely a team looking to maintain that momentum and then some. So to be able to come into game number 2 on Miramar, keep their squad nice and healthy towards that late game, and get that winner chicken dinner, well, that's going to put a smile on their face and some confidence in their sails here going into the later half of the day, Hot Jukes.
Well executed, well done. I mean, we saw some crazy plays in that one. Xenox, I think this entire time has just been explaining to his team what happened, you know, because that was a crazy moment right there. The rest of the squads, Ghost put up a good fight for as long as they could in that position, and we just saw the hit list. So many teams, they ain't messing around. I mean, once they get a good position, they're going to take advantage of it. So, I mean, this is what I love to see. I feel like this is the most high-level PMPL in North America we've ever seen.
It is definitely feeling good for me personally watching this, and I hope everybody watching is having a great time as well. We're only 2 games deep, but like this is some high octane gameplay. And talking about that high octane, well, let's see how many points. You know, is Ghost Gaming still going to be up there at the top with a solid lead? Let's check it out here. XSET rep that set. Winner chicken dinner, 24 points that round.
Woo! Big points. putting up the big numbers there. That's what we like to see there from XSET. Lazarus, actually, they put up more numbers than Lazarus.
Yep.
And Lazarus got the chicken dinner. So XSET with the huge kill points end up making the most points here in game number 2. The Hitlist with a good performance. Ghost Gaming, even though they got taken out, which we see is early, 5th place, bro, 11 points. So still a great one from them. 19E, I want to see more from them. I want to see more from 19E, considering that they had quite a good solid zone position. I think they just made some very small mistakes that caused them to get into their 6th place spot.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they had the upper hand on the Illuminati, and they kind of just let that slip past them. Dope Esports LLC, Degon's favorite squad, 0 points. Degon, they need some words of encouragement. I know you got that. And Boring Protocol, I believe back-to-back games, not the best score here. So also another squad looking to kind of make that comeback. But Hot Jukes, I hear we got the round MVPs. Any guess who's going to be up there?
Oh, Kill Switch. Kill Switch.
Okay.
Kill Switch. Let's see. Who is it going to be? Hey, right there. Dead center. Kill Switch. A member of Ghost, of course, HH24, still making it on the MVPs. Pan from Pro Era. I mean, they did really good. They just unfortunately got pinched in that last circle. So I think regardless, they got to be happy about that last game performance. But man, still crazy and honest to see another Ghost player still up on top.
And Pan kind of starting early this game with the first knock and kill as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we were able to have like 4 people up here. I want to say J7 would also be here, just because we saw both J7 and Killswitch going back and forth, working together as a duo the entirety of that late to mid game, looking really good.
Man, it was just looking great. You want to know what else is great? Guys, the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is on sale, so go back to the PUBG Mobile store and get some of the same outfits as the pro players. We're going to go on a quick break. We'll be right back after that. But like I said, go to the PUBG Mobile store, get one of those crates, and we'll see you back later, all right? Peace.
Good stuff.
Nice.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Here for PMPL NA, and none of it would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus. with technology like HyperTouch and, of course, the 120 hertz display. Make sure to get your hands on the OnePlus and OnePlus 9 Pro, OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro to climb the ladder in only the way that you can, in the top form. Make sure to check that out at all major retailers, OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro. Thank you so much, OnePlus, for sponsoring the PMPL North America season number 2. And that was game number 2. Lazarus, they got to sit out that first game, then came on in and found themselves a chicken dinner 7 in glitter, and they weren't the only team from Group E that found some success. So we take a look at the match standings. There we go. Sorry about that. We'll take a look at the match standings from that last one, as it was XSET that had the most points, but Lazarus that got the chicken dinner there, 7.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk. You know what? We're actually going to talk about XSET here in a little bit. 24 points total. Amazing kill points, 12. They were actually, and this is something that we were even talking about at the beginning of the show when we were breaking down the point system. If you're able to get a lot more kills, then whoever wins, you're going to be able to pass them in points, and XSET being able to prove that here, spectacular. And then if we go down the list, another team that I kind of want to give a shout out to is the Hitlist. They were able to get 14 points total, 8 kills, which is huge. And if I'm being completely honest, it's not something that I expected out of Hitlist. I expected them to be more of a middle of a pack team. So this is, I love when teams prove me wrong. We go down a little bit more. Ghost Gaming, 11 points there. Pro Era, 13 points as well. Keep in mind, Pro Era, it was their first game today as well. 19 Esports being able to make a bit of a comeback there in regards to points, being able to secure 10 points there. Knights, not sure exactly what happened there. Glitter with Xenox and the Nades. But hey, they were able to secure at least 5 kill points. It would go down even more. Oh man, Nova there with 4 points.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're only 2 matches in. I mean, the potentially bigger upset was Dope Esports. It was their first game as well. Obviously, they sat out the first round, and then they came in and had a little bit of a rough start out of the gate. I mean, I know you saw that as well, Degon. So it happens to all of our squads here, and you know, people have to figure out their rhythm, their consistency, because we talked about that at the top of the show. And honestly, even though they had a little bit of a stumble in losing Spec, and then they got snuck up on by the Hitlist at the end, Ghost still looked very strong.
Yeah, Ghost definitely looked strong, but not as strong as some of the teams that were sitting out earlier. We had Pro Era coming on in from Group E. We had Lazarus coming on in from Group E. They didn't play in that first map, and then they hop on in here. It's map number 2, so the teams that they're playing against already were warm and ready to go. And we take a look at those stats that those 2 teams had. They had themselves a pretty good first game for themselves there, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's important to just give them a little bit of hype here, because coming out of the gate cold, like you're saying, a lot of these other teams already had the first game to warm up. They had really, really solid games. Obviously, Lazarus was more aggressive, had more kills, but we saw Pro Era there with a solid 3rd place finish, getting some points on the board for themselves. But Lazarus, I'm excited that this is how they decided to kind of kick off their first game of the season here. They were 5th out of PMPL NA last season, and they were somebody that we kept our eyes on the entire time, but we're always kind of looking for just like that littlest bit more out of them, and this is an incredibly strong start for them, 7.
Yeah, I mean, we have a veteran player, right, in Telly. It's good to see him back, and it's good for that team to be able to kind of send out that kind of statement here on their first game as well, along the likes, obviously not along the likes of what Ghost Gaming did in regards to kills, but at least along the likes in regards to just being able to secure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, again, just well done for teams when we're talking about consistency, when we're talking about, hey, are you able to deal with this substitution thing well? Lazarus and Pro Era able to do that. Now, the next thing that we wanted to take a look at was the team that took the dub overall, repping the set, kill switching the boys, really dominating here on that last map. Even though they didn't get themselves a chicken dinner, the overall total point leader, and a lot of that has to do with their kills. And let's take a look at some of the stats of all of the players here from XSET. Kill switch, J7, J, and Polo 7.
Yeah, this is one team that we didn't really get a chance to deep dive a little bit at the beginning of the show, but I wanted to highlight because this is a completely different team in a way that we're kind of used to seeing. Remember, they used to have Juicy, they used to have Nico. Now we have some veteran players in Killswitch. He is considered a veteran player. He's been here before. This is kind of the performances that we expect out of him. J7 as well. He's been an OG in the PUBG Mobile NA scene for quite a while now, and funnily enough, at the beginning on the first match, towards the end, when we were seeing XSET, I was wondering, man, whatever happened to Killswitch? I remember when he was becoming that Cnox type of player, where he was just getting a bunch of hyper on him, and hey, he kind of shut me up a little bit. He started to show up here, and I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen with him. For him to be able to put up almost 700 damage, 4 kills, and the most average survival time out of his team, I think that's huge, and I cannot wait to see how that's gonna transition into the other players as well. We know J7 can definitely hold it down, but Killswitch, what an amazing match he had in that last one.
Yeah, he did, and we'll get to see if they're able to continue that as we prepare for our next map. Heading back on over to Erangel, which group will be sitting out this time? That's the big question. It'll be group letter C. That's the team. That's the one that I think is pretty stacked as we head back on over to Erangel. We take a look at the participating teams in this group. I think it's Passionfruit that sits out on this one. I think it's 19 Esports that sits out on this one. So it's 19 Nova, Mezexis, and BTOWN. There we go. Those are the ones that are out here. So back comes Passionfruit, Panthers, Yo, and WallStreetBets. And Seven, I'm going to throw this one to you. Those 4 teams all had very, very rough map number ones. Yes, I know Ghost did crazy, but what do you have to do when you have such a tough map and then you're forced to sit out and think about it?
I think it's a good thing. I mean, along the likes of Nova, we were talking about it with Glitter during the match, even with you, Digon, as well. We see Nova just try to do different things that we're not used to seeing out of them. Keep in mind, they do have new players. They could be testing stuff out here, even though they have played in a lot of scrims. This is when it matters the most. This is when teams are actually going to start showing their cards and showing different stuff that they might not be used to. So this might be a bit of a breather. Just kind of calm down, get it together, and be like, okay, this is where we can definitely improve. We saw them doing that 2-2 split. We got surprised by Ghost in that first game. And then in that last one, we saw Shifan kind of holding it down for them. It's a good breather. Same with BTOWN. Something that Dave actually mentioned, they were very passive when Knights was engaging with a completely different team that I can't think of the top of my head in Picado in that last match. And BTOWN was just way too passive. I don't know if it was because they saw it was Knights getting those knocks, but I want to continue to see that aggressiveness that we saw in the first game. So hopefully this will be a bit of a breather. Maybe they can go back, digest what just happened on the past 2 matches, and definitely improve for the next one when they do play.
Glitter, final thought here. Quick thought as we move into map number 3.
I think what's most important for me is the fact that they didn't have to play on Miramar, right? They had an Erangel match. They got to maybe not do the best, but they had the entire time to think about it, and they can reassess and go straight back into Erangel. So there's no change in strategy, nothing to shake things up. So hopefully they're able to bounce back.
Yeah, I like that assessment there. All right, well, we're going to take a little bit longer because the players are going to need to get a little bit longer in the lobby. So it gives us a little bit more time to take a look at some of the teams that are currently taking a break. So 19 Esports, Nova, Mezexis. I kind of wanted to get your assessment here with the biggest Nova fan person that I know here, Glitter. How would you assess Nova so far throughout the first 2 maps?
Honestly, I think, you've said it a couple times. Seven has mentioned it a couple times now. They are definitely utilizing these early on matches right at the beginning of the season to test a couple things out. I mean, right out the gate, we saw the 2-2 split coming out of them in the very first match. And to be fair, they still had a lot of kills in that first match. They just need to then follow that up with some more placement points. They still had 3 kills on the board this last time around. It was just, maybe they're just figuring out Miramar. If anything, this is your opportunity to try something new. If you want to try a couple different roster combinations, get those in now before things start to get too hectic. You don't want to have to worry about making up for points too much later on. So we always have these conversations at the beginning of any season. We always try to speculate what's going on. It could just be something as simple as, first day just maybe not being the best, but we still have 3 more matches in store. So honestly, anything can happen.
anything can happen. And if you want to stay in touch with everything that is happening, make sure to use the hashtag PMPL throughout all of your social medias, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, hashtag PMPL to get into the conversation and check out anything you may have missed from that day. Again, hit it up on all of your social media and streaming platforms. All right, everyone, there we go. Cool. We're all up to date there. Nova is going to be taking a break, and we're going to be hopping right back on into Erangel. And that means I'm going to say goodbye to my analysts and hello to my casting duo, but a little bit different this time. So no longer is it Hot Jukes and Dave. We're going to say hello to Zoostash Dave T. Did that work? Zoostash Dave T? Almost. That almost worked. It's Mustache Dave and Zute. What's up, guys? Zoo, welcome to the broadcast.
You know, I thought we were just gonna go with Mustache Zoo. That already sounded pretty horrible, but Zoostache Dave Tay?
Zoostache Dave Tay. I love it. That is. Listen,
man.
If you don't take that handle, I'm taking the handle, because that right there, that's an LLC if I had to ever guess a one.
Oh my gosh. All right, you can have Zoostache Dave Tay. I'll just go with Mustache Zoo if I can ever grow out a mustache as fabulous as yours that is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So you got the opportunity to watch games 1, game 2. Let me dive into that brain of yours. Like, any surprises, anything that kind of is catching you off guard right now, Hot Juke? Or, sorry, these names.
It's Mustache Zoo. It's Mustache Zoo.
Zootash Zoo.
Well, I mean, like,
got me.
I mean, we were talking about Ghost Gaming a lot, right? The thing that stood out to me the most between Game 1 and Game 2 is that Ghost Gaming on Game 1, we saw them do the opposite of what they usually do, which is, you know, everyone in chat says, oh, they got Circle Bless. That's the only reason, you know, they do well. They didn't get the Circle at all. And in fact, in Military Base, they didn't even rotate early. We usually see them rotate early. They rotated late, cleaned out the edges, got all the kills. And then in Game 2, they did like the same thing. They kind of sat in the middle, got zone, but then they lost zone. And they did that crazy wraparound rotation. They still managed to do really well. So Ghost Gaming showing like two sides that, you know, are really well established and really well done right now. But let's head into the game and see what they can do for game number 3. We're on to the map of Erangel. We're back at classic map, the all fair and balanced map that is Erangel. Nobody should have any issues with this as far as their strategy goes, as far as their rotation goes. Mustache Dave.
Let's go. Mustache Dave Zute on the track for game number 3 here. Ghost Gaming are slaying it so far. Will they be able to acquire a bunch of points this game? Well, look at this nice little graphic here. The top 5 fraggers. Ghost. Like, this is exactly what you're talking about. Like, Ghost Gaming, nothing's stopping them right now.
It's also spooky season, right? We're in the month of October. Ghost Gaming, like it's meant to be, but let's look at the damage list though. We do have Coops up there and the damage list, and the dynamic duo of HH24 and Tensa, number 1 and number 2, of course, right?
Of course, and you're kind of, hey, right back at you. The headshot masters. I love it. I mean, we are getting so many stats, so much info right here. You got HH24, you got Beowulf, and I love it. The headshots now, they make that clink sound. Like, that right there is such a huge improvement. And talking about improvements, well, all those teams who dropped out, like, more stats for you. All those teams that dropped out towards the end of the flight plan. Wow, look at this. Zone number 1, Zute, not favoring them.
Yeah, on the far west side. But hey, at least it's not a Miramar map where this happens to you, right? If it's Miramar and the zone is opposite of where you drop off and you drop off at the end, that's going to change a lot. That's going to change a lot of like rotation strategies, all of that. But it's Erangel. I would say in Erangel, the first like 3 circles even, you know, you can take your time and make your rotation, and you do want to get yourself in a good position by circle 3, but circles 1 and 2, like we saw what Ghost did. It was a melee zone, and they just took their time and looted and Pachinki, and they still managed to get their way in, right? So no problems to be had there.
And I think that's one of the major kind of differences between them and other squads who might be a little newer here to PMPL is that they're comfortable, right? Like going for those late pushes, playing nice and
Yeah.
relaxed, not really concerned with circle number one. We could see on the opposite end, like new teams, they might be like, okay, zone one, we have to hurry up, we have to get in, we have to get center.
Yeah.
You know, we can see the big differences between kind of those newer teams in Ghost Gaming here just because of that. And you're kind of touching on that a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, in game one, we saw Ghosts. They didn't just like sit and wait either. You know, we saw them rotate around the map. You even called it out. They almost got into a fight with UIU. Then they backed off that. They were scouting their options. So when we say they rotated late, I don't mean they're just sitting still and it's like, okay, we're gonna go late. No, they like actively went out, moved around, got some information, looked at some different options, you know, scouted around, and then they finally made it across with like that perfect bridge rotation timing right when the teams are leaving, right? So, I mean, Ghost Gaming, like, I know it's only been 2 games, Mustache Dave, and I know I'm already hyping them up a whole lot, but I mean,
it's hard not to.
It's a Ghost Gaming that we've been following throughout the year, and this is not like out of nowhere, right? This is them improving like steadily at a very fast trajectory like throughout the course of the year.
And to kind of, you know, to tack on to those improvements, something that I've noticed, right? Bayo, the IGL, in the past, we're like, okay, Bayo's the IGL, not that many kills, not that much damage. It's to be expected. But every single tournament, all the scrims, I keep seeing Bayo's name pop up, slow and steady, accumulating kills, accumulating those damage points. And honestly, like looking back at the scrims that Monica had last month, Bayo was up there at the top for kills and damage. So like Bayo went from being that traditional, I'll sit back, I'll IGL, I'll go for those big brain plays, to not only doing that, but also being like a gunner here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways. Like when Bayo came on the team, he had to kind of formulate the strategy with the team. This is our play style. This is what we do in different situations. And as his team members started to learn his style and be a bit more like automotive on their own and not needing Bayo as much, Bayo could concentrate more on his gun skill now. And now that the team just overall is increasing. And I do have to say though, like to try and get kills, like when Bayo doesn't get kills, you guys got to remember, he's competing for kills against Tensa, HH, and Spec. Like, I've played with those guys in a classic match a long, long time ago. Let me tell you, I see an opponent for a second, and if I don't get them down in the first second or half second, HH is beaming him. Spec is beaming him. Tensa is beaming him. So, I mean, it's hard to get kills when you have 3 insane fraggers, that of the likes of Tensa, HH, and Spec on your team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to kind of look towards the end of the season, like who those top fraggers are. You know, you got Spec, you got Coops, you got Xenox in the lobby. Like all those players are insane. But talk about potential insane fights here. Boring Protocol, once again, kind of getting stuck early game into a skirmish. Not what you want to see on Fate in the smokes, tossing that one out, but up close and personal with 3 members of Syndicate. Really low in the health department. Does have fanboys on the high ground trying to kind of provide that cover fire for them. But I don't know. Fate, okay. I'm actually surprised. Fate able to pop the buggy and make it over the hill. Safe and sound. I'm surprised they got out alive right there.
Yeah, good reset. This fight actually started out with Boring Protocol getting a knock on the Syndicate. You see right there, Asen bleeding out, and when the Syndicate traded that knock, Fate just ejected, and now that they've reset that, you know, they're 4-man up again, we might see them aggress again, but you do see in the distance on the bottom right of that minimap, there is a 3rd team close by. Hopefully Boring Protocol did hear that, so they're not going to get too aggressive, and you see them spreading out on that minimap right there. Perfect formation to hold down both teams and maintain good positioning and information.
Yeah, solid reset, like you said, and much needed as well, because I think I'm looking at the scores. I think they only have 2 points out of the 2 games that they played here. So if they would have lost 1 or 2 members early on, that will only set them back even further on that struggle that they might be dealing with right now. And this is interesting, Zute. Like, I see a 3-1 split. Boring Protocol, like, are they trying to be the aggressors or pull back here to me, I'm a little confused because it looks like there's mixed signals right now, in my opinion, on the game plan that they want to do.
I think they're just holding a wide split and adjusting back and forth just to see what happens. Usually in these stalemates, especially in TPP, it's just kind of like a wait and see who gets an opening, right? If Bop or Boring Protocol, one of them gets knocked, then they just hold it. They try and get that reset. If they get a knock onto the opposing team, though, they have the advantage to push, and they have the multiple angles and sightlines set up already, right? So it's kind of just, they move back and forth. Doesn't necessarily mean they're trying to execute anything in particular.
Yeah, I like what you did right there because Boring Protocol, weren't they used to be Execute, at least 2 of the members, so they got that spot. I like what you did right there. I know what you did right there. That was smooth. I'm not gonna lie, Zute. That was smooth. So Ghost Gaming, this is perfect. Hey, observers, shout out to you because I was going to mention this. Ghost Gaming up here on top of the mountain, they got here pretty early on. In your opinion, like, why do certain teams prioritize this hilltop on these type of zones? Like, what's the reason to be up here?
In Circle 1, it's great to be up here because when that circle shifts either to the north of that mountain or south of that mountain, you have very clear sight lines on what is open, right? So you want to get here very early, or you don't want to go there at all because sometimes what happens is the circle keeps closing up at that top and you end up getting surrounded. So I think Ghost is just using that first starting point to scout out the next rotation. We'll see right here when that circle shifts. Ooh, maybe they might sit one more circle, or in fact, we might just see that circle end up top. And we did lose HH, so maybe Ghost Gaming doing like a little sacrifice of HH on top of that mountain for, you know, the circle gods. Not sure how HH got lost, but we saw in game number 2, they lost one early and they still managed to pick up points.
Yeah, and that hilltop, that mountaintop it's hard to defend, at least in my opinion, because playing war mode, that zone is pretty popular, and it is just a bloodbath. Like, you cannot make your way up that hill. Like, it is just a challenge to make your way up the hill, or if you're on top, defend that hill, because there's multiple kind of pathways that people can send it up and maybe catch you off guard, but they're going to be up there still. We got the hit list trying to be nice and safe, cautious, wrapping on the west side of road, playing nice and slow. And we welcome back the Panthers on a late rotate. They did go to military base. They're going to be riding right on over that bridge. We'll have to pay attention to them because we got a lot of teams kind of near each other, but not opting to take the fight quite yet. And I definitely understand. It is still really early on.
Yeah, and it's also Erangel. The teams know so much about this map that if they want to avoid a fight, they can play in a different position. And they know the position so well that it's not necessarily they're forced into a bad spot. They know how to play out of it, right? Like just in game number 1, it was a military-based circle. And we still had so many teams alive towards the late game. So I think this is a trend we're going to be seeing on Erangel. But this zone, this circle, it's going to be a 50-50, right? We have that giant mountaintop separating the north and south side. If it goes north or south, it's going to change up the dynamic of the ending game quite a bit.
And then the top team in the lobby as well, the mountaintop zone keepers, I guess you can say, overlooking that line that you just kind of put right there on this zone. And we shall see another team that I'm going to be looking for kind of that comeback here this game has to be WallStreetBets. I know they got a ton of fans in the chat. You got Baba OP probably accounting for at least 25% of the fans in the chat right now. So, you know, spam those Baba OPs here this game. And then you got Drago as well from the squad. Like kind of new blood that Seven Worlds Gamer was mentioning on the desk.
Yeah, I was watching the PMPL scrims, and out of WallStreetBets, Drago was like the name that was kind of starting to pop out more and more. And it's a player that I'm definitely not familiar with, and like you said, it's new blood. When I was competing in my days, I have never heard of this player, and so I'm really keen on checking out what Drago's got to bring to this table. But WallStreetBets, they came from the PMCO too, so it's like they've already proven themselves to a degree, but now it's the PMPL. Now it's the big leagues, so to say, as we are going to come out with the next circle shift. And you see all these teams pretty well spaced from one another, all the very strong positions pretty much occupied. I like to see Passionfruit, even though they're a 3-man team, they're doing a 2-1 split right there. So I like seeing they're not scared and just huddled in a corner because they only have 3 people. Sleepless already securing down that compound across the bridge west of Juancho.
Definitely demonstrating some confidence right there, and we'll see if it pays off. Next zone does go up, so the 3 squad mates of Passionfruit, they're going to have to be very careful. You got Pro Era, you got Lazarus, WallStreetBets, a ton of teams kind of all in that general area. And to make matters worse, you know, we kept talking about it and how critical their position is in this zone. Ghost Gaming, I mean, talk about a gatekeep position. To me, that's the textbook definition right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to stay up there because with the way that circle shifted, no team really wants to play on the edge of Mount Everest at the top, meaning I don't think anyone's going to really push into Ghost. They're all going to circumvent them, meaning Ghost can, like you said, gatekeep, maybe pick up some kills, but it is quite difficult to secure kills from that high ground because teams are just driving by so quickly, and the distance from the top to the bottom, it's at least a couple, like 200 meters or so.
Talk about dedication as well. The McLaren missing a tire right there, just struggling. And that thing is still zooming by. Pan, last game, was able to get the first blood, trying to take some shots onto that spring spray McLaren. We're able to zoom by. Lazarus pushing uphill, might be colliding with King A over here. Also in the coop, all these squads getting intertwined right here with that mountain, kind of right smack in the middle. You either want to go north of it or south of it. And that is the hard decision that a lot of these teams are forced to make on the fly right now.
Yeah, and you can see the kill feed players or teams are starting to lose players in this rotation. King A's Coop, ooh, it is smoking his half HP. I think he's in the all clear. He has managed to rotate away from the sight lines of the 2 teams taking shots at him. And WallStreetBets, they do find themselves a nice position. Meanwhile, Dope, though, not finding an open spot, going to take a fight with the Hitlist.
Got the hit list. I believe they already took down 2 members of Dope. Flawless, really low right there. Nesquik going for that peek around the smokes. Grenades are going off. Mollies as well. Nesquik is going to use this opportunity to try to get the reset on at least one of their teammates. But Baba Bella looking to possibly make the push. No, pulling back, using this moment also. So both teams, interesting enough, opting to get the revives and not the straight up flushes.
Yeah, both teams had 1 player knocked, so with the comms and with the chaos that's going on, it's better to just go for that revive sometimes if you're not sure what's happening. So it's reset to a 3v2. We see the utility coming out. Nesquik pushing through the smoke, pushing into the warehouse on the bottom right. Oh, he does caught in the side. Now it's a 3v1, and there goes out Dope. The hit list putting another team onto their hit list as they defend that warehouse location.
And also, Zute, during that fight, Lazarus pulling up right behind on that mountain, taking out Ghost Gaming. So that is going to open up this match quite a lot when we look at that overall leaderboards. Not only that, Lazarus, they got last game's winner chicken dinner. So they are feeling good right now, especially after taking out Ghost Gaming.
Wow, Ghost Gaming was fully concentrated on just their flank, I'm pretty sure. So from that position to get taken out by Lazarus, I mean, Lazarus won that last game, and I guess they are feeling it, taking out the top team that we've been talking about this whole time. But that circle shift has gone over to that west. Lazarus has a long way to go. Lazarus, they got to take out another team, but they did lose a member in the process of fighting with Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, and the hit list after that last fight, like, that's a huge compound, in my opinion, that they were able to win because it is in the next zone, and those fields do surround it. So there's a lot of terrain that you can kind of see if anybody is going to be sending it, crashing it right on top of you. So really solid play coming on out from the hit list right there. We have a lot of teams all right on top of each other in this hospital area towards the north.
Ooh, Pro Era getting in that dossier. You see those sleet switches coming in. They got more than that one team to worry about, as I think Boring Protocol Fate on top of that hill might take some shots. Ooh, very smart. Rotate not through the road, but through the city. Use as much cover as you can as you're making those rotations. Lolo leading that rotation right now. Boring Protocol, they do have the edge zone, so you're going to see them chill right there on that hospital location. XSET in a fantabulous position. We're at this radio tower. And anytime this area of the map is in zone, oh, you get so much sight lines and so much control on the rest of the map.
You talk about big chillin'. BOP have been there since the drop, so it's gonna be their home for the time being. As Yo also looking to press them towards the east side, so we might see that kill feed here popping off very shortly. As the Illuminati looking to annihilate Jag, UYU. I don't know if this is a solo member, the last one alive, but yes, Jag is the last one alive, and wow, the Illuminati, they are devoting a lot of time right now to take out this 1 point.
Yeah, the Illuminati, they're not in zone, and especially when you have a solo player in your back, you know that player is just going to try and take one of your members down with you. We could see the hesitation out of Illuminati. Do we push and clean out our backs and then try and rotate in zone when the circle's already closing, or do we just go now? And you can't do that at this level of the game. You're just flip-flopping back and forth. Meanwhile, the Knights, though, we see them, they're committed to this fight, but the Panthers, with a split defense, able to readjust perfectly, and you can see it now. Knights are getting punished and getting flanked in from their sides.
Yeah, I'm really looking at Legal, able to pull up with that UAS and close that gap within grenade range right there. We see Xenox and Alucard both on their knees bleeding on out, but if you are going to have a member still alive from your squad, you want it to be Coops trying to get these mollies, trying to get these grenades. Chico was able to make it inside the compound, cooking it. Oh, the heads-up play from the Panthers. They closed the door.
Oh, they shut that door in front of his face, and grenade did not go through, but the bullets will go through as Chico just runs up and takes one drop shot. Chico does not push in, though, but I do believe it is a, what are we at? A 2v2 situation. Just like that, Coops holding it down right now. Looks like Knights are going to go for that reset. They do have to give up that high ground, though, so they kind of put themselves in a little bit of a disadvantaged spot, but they're getting the full reset, so this could work out for them.
Yeah, and Legal from the Panthers was definitely like the spoiler player coming on out from that play, and they were immediately spotted from Coops. So Coops taking out Legal was huge. And now that's going to allow some nice grenades to come on out, and Knights, they were almost taken out. They got the full reset. Now they're looking to clean up what they started.
Dang, yeah, Legal was that linchpin really holding the Knights down, and Coops getting that knock. I think that's what prompted the full reset. Oh, Chico! Oh, okay, Chico almost got thirsted. Third party from distance. You see the Knights still shooting because they didn't confirm that kill. They think he's still alive, but the Knights do finish that off, and the next circle has already opened up, and the circle is closing.
Man, the Knights, I'm liking what we're seeing. I like. They get knocked out, they quickly get the resets, and right back at it where they started. And Ogilvy, talk about trying to be right back at it. Well, Natsu trying to avoid getting taken out from the grenades of Lazarus, all piled up within those smokes. And I see Telly trying to connect the dots right here. It's going to be a challenging grenade, especially with the smoke blocking you as well. Natsu, ooh, spotted from Spring, though, so it is up to these two members to stay alive and avoid these grenades from Lazarus.
Yeah, Ogilvy, I think Ogilvy missed out on an opportunity there. When you get that opening, you just kind of got to commit to it and press your advantage. Ogilvy kind of spreading out, trying to find more angles, I'm assuming, or taking a different spot. You see it right now. They are getting punished heavy for it. As Lazarus, they maintain their position and they are in the zone. Lazarus looking really good after game 2, and we're coming into a really good beginning for game number 3 for them.
Yeah, not too bad. Fear 4 kills so far this game. So popping back into this, we saw the hit list. They were able to secure this compound a couple zones ago. Now it looks like Syndicate looking to press their luck and take it from them. One thing that they need to be cautious of, not only are the grenades, but I was going to say the potential for the third party from Pro Era out there on that western side of the zone, but it doesn't even matter. It does not even matter. The hit list still able to continue to chug along here in the northern end of the circle.
The Hitlist holding down that position against 2 teams now. I think all the other teams have managed to find their way in. XSET down to just 1 player. We got the Snake of J sandwiched between Illuminati and the Knights. Definitely not in a comfortable position, but the Knights, they get that circle shift down south. The Knights looking in a good position now, and they have 4 players up.
Ooh, that sandwich looks like it was just eaten right there. Jay, taken out. The Illuminati, this is their best game so far. 7 kills as of right now. Yeah, like they are definitely making that comeback here. Got Land kind of playing that 3-1 split behind that water tower with the right kind of play in mind, because the next zone does go on up and does not favor them. But with the Knights down here, gatekeeping them, it's going to be a challenge, do you think?
Yeah, the Knights are going to be hard watching Illuminati. No other team's really going to give any pressure to the Knights at this point. We see the Hitlist down to 2. They got to make their rotation too, along with Lazarus. Lazarus has 3. Now, they did get grenaded a lot. I don't know if their vehicles are still functioning, and if they are, it's probably like smoking by now.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Lazarus opt to try to take out that duo right there in front of them. They are aware. We see Telly doing some scouting, and there's also a smoke over there. So that is like a red flag to the side of Lazarus, that they know that there's going to be somebody over here. And they're just playing this one nice and slow, using these smokes very smartly to avoid any type of sight lines from all these teams down here to the south. Keeping Telly in the back line as well. I love it. I love this play from him.
Yeah, it's like a hopscotch pretty much. Don't rush it. Provide the cover. Take your necessary steps. As Illuminati, they're pressed for time, so they kind of have to go in. And you see here, Lazarus, Telly holding back, suppressing the teams as the rest of his team drives off into the zone. Perfectly done, but I think Telly, he might just be taken out here by Jatji. Jatji getting favored behind the cover.
Yeah, that little hole, that little gap in the wall was just the perfect little spot for them to spot out Telly. That Dacia also a perfect vehicle to send it right there in that dip. But you were talking about Lazarus getting grenaded earlier. They're looking to return the favor. You saw Fierce cooking one up, but over here, remember this fight, the gatekeepers down here in the south, Knights. Well, looks like they got the better half of Illuminati.
Knights did get a player knocked, but it was Alucard that was, hard pressing Illuminati on the east side. So it makes sense for him to get knocked, and he got his job done. The Illuminati are out, the Hitlist are out, and the Knights will get that full reset. We're down to 3 teams: Lazarus, Pro Era, and the Pittsburgh Knights.
So both the Knights and Pro Era, if the Knights are able to pick up Alucard, will have 4 alive. But I'm really favoring Lazarus. I know they got a duo, but they are so far separated from these squads in the south, and they have a ton of cover, in my opinion, with these hay bales to snake their way on up if they needed to, which they do not, because they get the next circle.
Yeah, that circle could not have been any better for them, and it's perfect because we have 2 teams that have 4 up, and those 2 teams are most likely going to focus each other. So Lazarus, they could just take pot shots, but they have to make sure they peak at the correct timings. If they over peak, Pro Era or the Knights could focus on them, and as soon as one of them go down, that position is going to start getting overrun. But I think we're going to go into a slow-paced ending for this match number 3. We do have all the hay fields out for these players to snake in.
Yeah, and I really appreciate how the duo from Lazarus already taken off their backpacks, kind of just looking ahead right here to play that snake roll. And they are separated, so 1 grenade, 1 molly will not take them out. Very smart play, as looks like the Knights were able to pull up here just a little bit into the zone. Ooh, catching fishy, standing up out there in the field. Pan trying to get that retaliation. Gunshots out there. It's going to be tossing a smoke, looking for that pickup. So Knights with a little 2-2 split right here, Zute. Very interesting.
Yeah, using the same strategy that we saw Lazarus do, kind of holding at least 1 or 2 back to put out suppressing fire. And this is what I'm talking about. Lazarus coming in at the timings to take the shots, but Coops has spotted out Fears. They exchange shots, both players down to 50 HP. And Pro Era, I think they were a little bit too slow on making it, their way in, and they get focused out by both Lazarus and the Knights.
Coops is just so good. Like, talk about spotty senses. Coops is always ultra aware of his surroundings, popping up on top of that hay bale, able to gain that intel. Knows exactly where Fears is. We can see Fears kind of trying to jiggle back and forth, trying to not be in such a predicament from Koops' grenades. So we'll see what will happen here. And we can't count out Pro Era. Not yet. They're looking like they're getting the revives, but Xenox, something to say right there, getting one.
Spraying through that smoke, and as mentioned earlier, there is no longer aim assist, so it's not as easy to spray through the smokes, but hey, if you see smokes and you know they don't have much cover, you may as well take some shots, and you can still get those hit markers, and Lazarus down to 2, Pro Era down to 2, and the Knights, well, they have 4, and it looks like they're in a controlling position.
Talking about, hey, Koops has a big old pile of it right here, using it to their advantage on the edge to pop over there, not only for cover, but also some solid sight lines. It's all about gathering that intel and relaying that intel back to their squad mates, and I believe that's exactly what Koops is doing, letting Chico know, okay, right in front of you, I suspect something's over there, and Pan trying to toss out these grenades, trying to put a halt to the snakes right here, but Chico is so close to Pan. They can smell each other. Chico popping up will be able to take down one. Koops in the back end with the support fire. Now it's up to Fishy to continue to survive for Pro Era, but you got the Knights hot on your case. I don't know. Oh, and that grenade bouncing off the hay as well. I don't know how you're going to make it on out of here. And they will not. Eliminated right there from the hands of the Knights.
2v3 situation now as one of the Knights players is knocked in that exchange. You see Joey wrapping around for that off angle flank. Now the Knights, they're a very veteran team. They might be expecting this already, but if not, Joey could come up huge in this fight. Joey will be the player to get that opening, gets it onto Alucard. The dinks sounding so beautiful. Now we're 2v3 and the Knights are pinched in from 2 different angles.
What? Joey taking out Xenox right there. Oh, Joey clocking in. Koops taken down as well. It looks like the duo from Lazarus trying to seal the deal, but no, they're put to a stop there at the end. That was close, too close for comfort, Zute. But at the end of the day, the Knights, they had the numbers advantage. They were able to use that to their advantage, and they clocked in, got that winner chicken dinner. That was a close call, though. Like, it was back and forth towards the end. It was anybody's game.
I think at the very end, what we saw was a 1v2. Like, that's why I screamed, because that last player, it happened so fast I couldn't even catch who clutched it at the end. But he got the trade, and then he immediately got up and shot up the last player and got that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Joey right there, I mean, talk about those shots. They even kind of leveled the playing field. Joey was definitely the clutch factor right there from Lazarus. Not only did they get a knock and a quick flush, they got another knock as well. And that is kind of what turned the tides, in my opinion, to even allow Lazarus that potential to get that chicken dinner.
Lazarus, I mean, they had a really good first game. This was their second game, but let's head into the results to just see how well they did along with the rest of the teams.
Let's check it out. Pull it up, pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. Let's check it out. Round number 3. Knights. 15 placement points. Of course, that's from the winner chicken dinner. And then 10 kills get you the nice, steamy, juicy 25 points. And then right behind them, Lazarus, of course. 12-12, 24, baby.
Wow, Lazarus actually having 2 back-to-back extremely good games. This time they got 12 kill points. I think they might have scored more than they did on the game they got the chicken dinner. I can't recall too accurately, but the hit list finally showing up huge there with 15 points. Pro Era also having a great game. But what's weird to see is Ghost Gaming. Yes, they did play this round, and they are not even in the top 8.
Hey, talking about, leave it to Zute with that salt shaker, man. I'm telling you, they have a little cut. We're trying to put a Band-Aid on it. Zute said, nah, rip off that Band-Aid, pour that salt in. It's hard, though, not to, right? Because they have been coming into these games and just slaying. So you have to assume, like, when they get taken out early, all the other teams in the lobby, they are definitely cheering because that's their moment. That's their opportunity to try to clock as many points as possible. And we see them down there at the very bottom. 1 kill, 1 point. Dope Esports LLC right above them.
Yeah, Dope Esports also not having a good game. Boring Protocol with only 2 points. I think they have a total of 4 points now at this point. And they've played all 3 maps. And let's go into the round MVP. I'm going to say it's Coops. Oh, Coops actually. Ooh. Fierce. The Lazarus. Fierce 7 kills with 1,000+ damage.
Wow. My goodness. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you right there. I definitely wouldn't have expected this, but Fears 1K damage. Chico right behind him. Jat G as well. Jat G has definitely been one of those players from the hit list here tonight who has been clocking in. Zute, been clocking in, been putting in a lot of work to their squad mates. But Zute, I know you're going to be sad. That's it for me. Coming up in the next 2 matches, it will be Zute and Hot Jukes. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We got more PUBG Mobile coming right at you. duo from Lazarus trying to...
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PMPL Pro League, which is Pro League Twice North America Season 2. Guys, it's been a heck of a tournament so far, with a lot of familiar faces finding themselves at the top, but we also have got some new faces with some expectations, and here's a video on one of those teams, the Illuminati.
I'm here with Lon from Illuminati, rejoin us here for PMPL Season 2, and I want to ask you, what's your expectations for the team going into this event?
So we're aiming for top 10 on this season, so we're not really aiming higher.
Okay. Why is that? Why top 10?
You know, because we're a new form team and there's still a lot we have to practice and learn from the tournament.
Okay, so just trying to keep your expectations reeled in, trying to perform better and focus long term.
Yes, we are not trying to put a lot of pressure on the team, so.
Okay, well you said you're kind of a newer team together. How long have you guys been together?
We have been together on, I think, for 3 months.
Okay, well then when you're trying to improve, do you focus on, do you watch a lot of footage from other teams and try to learn what they're doing and incorporate that into your style?
Yes, we absolutely do. And we always have the VOD review after every single game. We're doing that every single day. Yeah.
Okay. So let's think long term. We're in the second half of the year. Where's your guys' hopes and dreams at? Like, if you, what do you want to accomplish within this year?
We just want to be on least top 12 to keep our invitation slots, so we can be playing PMPL on the next season. That's our goal for this year.
Okay, well, cool. Before we do let you go, I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs to people.
I very appreciate it to my all my teammates, because they have put so great effort on all the progress we have so far.
Okay. Well, Lon, thank you so much, man. I'm really excited to see what you guys accomplish here and hopefully reach your goals at the end of PMPL. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks for Landland for having that conversation with us, and our friend of the show, JCap, for conducting that interview. Just to get to know a little bit more people as we take a look at the scoreboard from map number 3 on Erangel. It was Knights, a familiar face, that found themselves on top of this one, with another familiar face at the very bottom, Ghost Gaming, all the way at the bottom, but a bunch of different teams there in between, including a Lazarus team that is now starting to come on their own, as we see the scoreboard here in just a second. There it is. Hitlist finding their way on up. Pro Era yet again finding their way up into the top 5, and Illuminati here, 7.
Yeah, something that I'm really enjoying so far that we've seen from other teams, not just Knights, not just Ghosts. Lazarus being able to showcase it here, the kill points. I mean, just look how close they are there to Knights in regards to points total. Just pretty much almost being able to time, even though they ended up in second place. The Hitlist as well. Second time that we're seeing them here, at least within the top 4, Glitter. I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Hitlist. Pro Era as well, 14 points. The Illuminati, as we were mentioning, as we just got a chance to meet one of their players, 14 points. We go down the list. XSET does fall off from their previous performance, and I do want to see what's going to be happening here towards the second page, in a way, between 9 through 16 of the teams, because we're, as you hinted to it there, Digon, there is a couple of surprises.
Yeah, Ghost all the way at the bottom there. What else catches your eye here, Glitter?
I mean, Dope Esports definitely struggling a little bit to find our rhythm. Passionfruit, WallStreetBets. To be fair, it's another one of those situations where we have those huge point sponges for the teams that kind of came out of the gate super strong. Obviously, Lazarus, being one of those. 2 very, very strong games back to back.
Yep. Yeah, and you can see that listed here in the overall standings.
Okay.
Lazarus all the way up to number 2, with Knights holding that top spot. But you take a look at the top 3. Ghost Gaming started off with 30-something points. Now after 2 more games after that, they kind of slowed down and lost their grip on the lead. And remember, Lazarus has only played 2 games, 7.
Yes, I was hoping you would point that out, and that's the one I'm going to be looking at here, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Knight is going to have to sit out the next match. So Lazarus will definitely have an opportunity to overtake for the number 1 spot. Overall, though, Ghost is proving that they are the top fraggers. They did have 26 kills right there, and we go down. We have 19 Esports, 13 points. Nova Esports, we've been talking about it. They're currently maintaining themselves within the 10th place. Not a bad thing to have. BTOWN Esports, remember, that is the first place team from PMCO, being able to maintain themselves in a way within the top 16, and those top 16 teams are the ones that are going to be moving on to the Super Weekend. So you definitely want to keep an eye on that. Mezexis Esports there, 6 points. UYU with 5 points as well. I know they've been a couple times unlucky, especially on the first Erangel map when they got caught swimming. And then as we go down to the list here, definitely some surprises. WallStreetBets for me, I was expecting to do a little bit better, and Dope LLC.
Yeah, UYU and BP both struggling there. 3 matches already in the bag and still in the single digits. But let's talk about a team that is finding a ton of success, and that's Lazarus. Specifically on that last game, Fears, Joey, the last 2 alive, and take a look at those numbers there, Glitter, on Fears.
See, we've gotten to highlight Lazarus 2 separate times back to back. Now, like I was saying, they had insane performances. Fears, almost 1,100 damage, 7... Okay, Fears. And honestly, the performance there at the end, like you were just saying, Degon, between Fears and Joey, I, for a split second, truly did think that they were going to be able to clutch it up against the Knights. Telly, a name on here that we always have spoken about in the past, another very, very strong player, the 700 average damage right now. And then we've got a little bit lower numbers. That's just one game. That's just one game for him, you know? But I think that's the other thing too. Like Lazarus, like you guys had mentioned, only 2 games in, and they're matching numbers for teams that are 3 games in. They are beating averages for some of our top teams that you and I had highlighted, Seven, at the beginning of today. So this is a definitely situation to keep our eyes on.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely huge performance here by Lazarus. And if you bleed pink, you want to hop in the conversation, let everyone know how big of a fan you are. Use the hashtag PMPL on all your social media platforms to get in the conversation and stay in the conversation for those times that you get, you might miss the action and then you want to stay up to date. Hashtag PMPL for all of those things. All right, let's take a look now at the schedule. We've got 2 more maps to go. Let's take a look at the participating teams here in map number 4. We're going back to Miramar for the second time here. It is Group B that's sitting out here, Seven. So as you said, Knights now creating some space for other teams to come on in and soak up some points.
And I do want to see what the team that kind of sit out in the last one, I want to see what Nova's going to be doing. Remember, this is a team that we've been hyping up. I kind of want to see them end the day or they start the second half here of their day on a good note.
Yep. Well, here we go. Analysts, thank you so much for breaking down that last game. Let's hop on into the action, this time with yet another iteration of our casters. This time, it is Zute and Hot Jukes. Guys, it has been a heck of a tournament so far. Hot Jukes, you got that little bit of break. What are some of the big takeaways you've seen so far?
Lazarus rising from the dead after game number 1, putting in some good work. That's what I like to see. Want to see the competition.
Oh, yeah, Lazarus? Sorry, like,
Oh, yeah.
I just realized with Lazarus, you know how you could change the blood effects in the game to, like, different colors? They should add a pink one in, because they are literally making the lobby bleed pink right now. Back to you, Jukes, right there. I had a little mic issue. Sorry about that. That was on my end.
Oh, it's all good, buddy, bro. Yeah. Let's get it going, man. You know, it's so good to be able to cast PMPL with you. I was hanging out with you just the other day, bro, in person, and now we're in the virtual world, dude, casting some good old PMPL, dude. Miramar, let's get it, huh? Well, let's get it.
This is going to be
Miramar.
Yeah, this is going to be my first Miramar match. I mean, like, I watched Erangel that last game, and Lazarus pulled it through. I did not get to see the Miramar match. Oh, I did see it, but I didn't get to cast it. But Lazarus, they also got the dub on Miramar. Now we're back onto Miramar. Let's see if they can do, like, the three-peat almost. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner that last game, but the amount of points they're getting, hey, it's as good as a chicken dinner, if not better.
The triple. That'd be nice to see, that's for sure, because you don't want to give these other teams any room to breathe. And I think that after the performance they've already had, they're already pretty much locking in themselves, you know, a slot for the Super Weekend. I mean, to be honest, you start having like a good few games, that's really all it takes to get into top 16. But you want to make sure that you set the pace and set the tone so other teams don't mess with you as the games go on.
I gotta agree. I mean, if you look at the overall rankings, right, top 16, we're only, kind of 3-ish games in. Some teams have played 3, some teams have played 2. But you can see down there, like, just to get top 16, teams like PK, Lazarus, and Ghost, they could maybe not play, like, at all, or not get any points, and they'll still be top 16. Like, yes, the action is super hype. It is super important to see how these teams do now, but Super Weekend is where the real money and points. I mean, you get $1,000 per chicken dinner when you get into the Super Weekend, right? And we got the first circle. We got a good plane path. That circle is heavy up to the northwestern side.
Oh, really up north. But I think these teams would rather have it up north than down south. So they're going to see some squads start heading straight into that direction. Especially, man, look at Ogilvy way over there on the end Looks like in Los Leones, so we got Dope Esports LLC, Wall
Oh.
Street Bets. No, okay, yeah, all right, you know.
Okay. I mean,
yeah,
you saw it. I saw it. You
Yeah.
scoped in what 200 meters, 300 meters with a sawed off. I mean,
that's the
okay.
play of the year right there, bro. That's a clip. That's going for clips at this point. It would have been interesting to see. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see, but opting to use his brain instead and not take the shot.
Just continue looting, right?
Yeah, just continue looting, man. Don't waste time. Don't waste time. Get looted up and get ready for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, they got a long rotation to make. Both of these teams we're looking at right now, Wall Streets, and I believe that we were looking at Dope LLC, right? They got probably the hardest rotation to make out of all of these teams. The circle went northwest, and this city is down in the southeast. So time is of an essence here. I talked about it a little bit in that Erangel game, right? When that first circle popped up, I was like, Dave, it's okay. It's Erangel. You can miss out on rotation, circle 1, circle 2, you're chilling. But hey, we're back onto Miramar. Circle 1, if it's away from you and you're like last to drop, meaning you're last to start looting, time is of the essence. You gotta make those seconds count.
Big facts, dude. You get caught late on the rotation, you're screwed. Like, you're gonna get busted out of your vehicle really, really quickly. So you want to get those spots nice and early in Miramar. Maybe that's what was, attributed the success to Lazarus in the last one. See if they can get a little bit of a repeat going on here. Because so far, I am looking at the map. I know you guys watching can't see it, but Dope Esports LLC and Wall Street Bets, they're down in Los Leones, way down south. So they're gonna have a little trip on their hands coming up here in the next few minutes. Oh, look at red. The three-wheeler, bro. Pulling out some tricks. Yeah, he gave it up.
Worst vehicle in the game. I'm surprised to see he didn't shoot out one of the wheels. Like, that's actually a very common strategy when you... Oh, well, that's why.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
He's already got another car ready. Like, don't even waste the ammo on that vehicle. That's how bad it is. Starlight, that... I can't blame him. That has happened to me so many times when I'm competitive. It looks like it's just a little ramp. You just drive on up and nope, you're stuck. And you just look, you look so silly. But
dude, you punched the air, bro. Just like he did. You're not just literally punching the air right now because, man, having a vehicle is just so huge. I mean, I guarantee you, you didn't just happen to find that vehicle. He was looking for it. He didn't want to be in that three-wheel bike and then, of course, just losing your Marauder, dude, just like that. It sucks. Sucks to suck.
We're looking at boring protocol here. Bop also on the far shift side, but they're a little bit closer, so they're looking like they're taking a little bit of their time. Something I noticed out of this team, though, is that they actually take their time quite a bit on rotations, like on Erangel as well, and maybe that's what's really hurting them, but Illuminati with the fast one running straight into 19 Esports. 19 Esports already picking up 1 kill.
Getting the first one of the game here, match number 3. Match number 4. Sorry about that. So we see a third one that I've casted, but 4th today. And Sam trying to get the 2nd kill. Illuminati going to tuck their tail in between their legs and head on out of here.
That's a clean eject out of Illuminati, but at the cost of 1 player. Right now, where this team is, 19 Esports, it is center zone, so teams got to be a little bit more careful when trying to just take a spot, especially close to the center and a position like this, right? I'm looking at the mini-map right now. So many teams have already made their way up. Nova just right next to 19 Esports, pretty much doing a huge, huge mountaintop split. I like it. I like to see it. If one of those players gets knocked, there is no reviving.
Oh, it looks like we do see some spots onto Tensa. Is trying to get some shots down. Just get a couple of taps. He's going to throw that smoke down there because he doesn't want to lose his vehicle. Tensa, if he gets knocked right here, he's gone. And he knows it. And not to mention, he doesn't really... Yeah, you can see him looking left, looking right, trying to figure out how do I get out of this position. And it looks like right might be the way to do it. And that's exactly what he does. Yep, just starts driving on in. Nice and slowly. Get another position.
Finding a nice little hill for cover. And there you see Beowulf and the rest of Ghost Gaming coming to support this player. Well, they know Nova is here now. They know this team may be pretty wide split, so they're sticking a little bit closer together to scout out the rest of the areas. But we are very central circle. A lot of long-range shots going back and forth, but I don't think anything is really going to come out of this. You see YDD up here. Very disciplined peaks. He's not going for the knock. He's not going for the kill. With this split that Nova's doing, they're trying to suppress and push teams away, which is exactly what they're doing here.
Yeah, I like how Spec was just kind of like putting some just shots down range, just to kind of give Ghost just a little bit of breathing room. Just that's what I love about this squad. They just don't want to make any mistakes at all. So just that little extra play, just for just that slight percentage of extra safety, man. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, the suppression shots are real when you're playing competitive. Like, you may not be getting hit, but when you hear those bullets whizzing over your head, that definitely slows you down on the next peak. And like, I've done it plenty of times. I'm sure you have too, where when you take shots, you know they're not going to hit, but you're going to take them anyway because it serves a purpose. And Ghost circumventing that little trap that Nova might have set up and finding a nice position once again in the center of the circle.
I mean, they're so good at rotating. It's just something that it's just so beautiful to see, especially when it comes to Ghost. And like you mentioned, when it comes to those shots, I mean, you see sometimes you just have squads running out in the open and they just start shooting in the general direction. And if you just cause that slightest little like 10th of a second hesitation, that could be the difference from making it to the next spot and not. So, I mean,
100%.
Got to make them plays.
Yeah, we're about to head into the second circle now. And now, so Jukes, I want to tell you something. I didn't mention it last game because I didn't want to, bring it upon myself. But I've been watching a lot of PEL tournaments, right? And one thing that my viewers know me for is my caster curse. Apparently, I have the deadliest caster curse. And I didn't bring it up last game because hopefully it's all done and said and gone away. But last game, I was talking about Ghost Gaming. Right, I was saying like, oh, they won't get pushed up here. They're on the edge. No one should push them. And what do you know? They get pushed and they're wiped. And it is their worst game performance out of the 4 games so far. So, Hot Jukes, whatever I say, man, just say the opposite, and you'll be correct, and I'll be wrong. Just giving you a heads up.
Does that mean that if you have the caster curse, and if I do that, I'll have the caster blessing?
Yes, you'll be the good cop, bad cop, right? I'm gonna be the bad cop for the rest of the show, I feel like.
All right, well, let's see. Vamos, as you can see right there on top. Let's go ahead and check it out to see if that's gonna be true. I think it's gonna be kind of hard because Ghost, after that first game, maybe they just decided to take a couple games, just to kind of relax a little bit. They just wanted to make a quick statement. Now they're just chilling, trying to go for some highlight plays. But who knows? Anything could happen. By the way, guys, like Zute mentioned. Oh, wait, before we get to that, quick little battle right now. Oh, Starlight getting caught out. He's like, I wish I had my Marauder. Why didn't I have it? And some shots coming on. On to a member of Ogilvy, and it looks like he is going to be able to get away right on time.
I think Mezexis will get that revive too, as they did manage to pressure off the teams. Starlight, by the way, if for the viewers that don't know, he's playing 6-finger claw. Woo! Yes, 6 fingers on the phone. He's not on an iPad because iPads are not allowed.
That's eagle.
And he's doing 6 fingers on a phone. So if he pops off, I already told him over Twitter, like, hey, if you pop off, man, I'm gonna just say everyone's to switch to 6 fingers.
Bro, that's not claw, bro. That's the eagle, dude. The talons. You know what I'm saying?
The talon
grip.
That's
right. Talon grip, bro. And he was gripping real tight right there after that knock, but was able to get back up. Maybe that's why you messed up on that drive. Just too many, too much grip. Too much grip on those tires, man. And unfortunately got stuck. But he is going to be able to get back up, so he's ready for the rest of the match here. And you can just see so many squads just trying to figure out, like, yo, where are we going to set up? Here, you got so much room to move around. It's still so early. But you got to, don't think. Just do it. Don't get caught out there for too long.
Ghost Gaming, though, when they need to think about the next rotation, you know what they think? They think, we'll just go to the middle. And that is exactly where they are on the new circle that popped up. They're dead in the center of the circle in a very strong position, too. Like, it's harder than it looks, guys, okay? Like, it's almost silly now how often Ghosts can just get these rotations in. But let me tell you, I'm pretty sure all these other teams are trying to do the same thing. They want to get center, but they lose players. They die early. Like, it is harder than it looks in Ghost Gaming. They just have it down to a science.
It's because every single player does. Like, I actually played in an event with HH24 just like a couple weeks ago. And I mean, I was like, bro, I'm not stupid, bro. I was like, you IGL it, you know? Like, you know, I was like, dude, you just tell I'm just here so I don't get fined, you know? Like, just, and bro, like, the level of how much he pays attention to zone and just movement and always being ahead of the curve is ridiculous. And this is the fragger of Ghost. You know? It's not even the IGL. So that just goes to show you, like, every single one of these players just has, they're basically their own IGL. And it's just up to Bale to just kind of give the word. They're already doing it. So it's just crazy to see that level of play. And the other teams just can emulate it. Like we say, it's not in game 2. Like their rotation on into center circle. I mean, they do get zone bliss right here, so they're just chilling. But I literally saw in the chat, how did they get there? Like how and on the cast, I was like, it looks like they just teleported. Like, how did they get to center zone?
It was that
time?
fast.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, that is experience at its finest. And Beowulf, right? The IGL. I remember when I competed in the very first year of esports, and you were there with me. I was on Bayo's team, and let me tell you, that guy 3 years ago was already doing insane like rotations and predictions on where teams would be. Fast forward 3 years, like I just can't imagine how much more knowledge and how much better he's gotten at it. And you can see it here on screen. They just teleport to the middle of the zone. That's how good he's gotten. You can't even catch the rotations anymore.
Nope. It's just so insane, man. I mean, this dude's a professional. I mean, like, can you imagine just the time he's put in, the help he's gotten from, you know, being in pretty much the top org of that any team in North America is constantly. It's just so beautiful to see. And man, they're still showing that they're not letting up even an inch. Speaking of letting up, Brave gonna put some shots on the field. Gonna go ahead and lay back for now. We're starting to see some knocks in the kill feed.
Yep.
Just kind of going back and forth. Oh, here comes a fight. Yo! Versus the Panthers. The
This
Legals
is a
down.
full committal fight here. We're on the edge of that northern circle. Oh, the Panthers. I love that split. They got Frady up there on the high ground, but Spring kind of countering, just also up there on the high ground. And we're kind of at a stalemate right now, it seems.
So what's cool about Frady is Frady right there is going to be able to give the rest of his team the exact position of where Spray and Purge are with a good mark. And if he's able to get that mark, the teams inside may be able to get a nade off, but it doesn't look like they're going to do it. Purge does go down. Spray, after just getting picked up, has got to go pick up his buddy. And Frady just trying to find angles. Oh, Spray's down as well. Yeah, so now, I think Spring has to come down at this point. Oh, no, he's going to try to catch Frady on the way in. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do so. So it's up to Idris. Going to have to make a play. 1v3 with Spring up to the top ropes. Oh, Spring is doing a great job up here. He's got to hit those.
Idris as well. Notice how Idris fell back to the cover of Spring. He didn't take his fight at that wall edge where Spring doesn't have a line of sight and works out perfectly. Spring gets one, but Idris does get caught and another grenade coming out. Now it's just all down to Spring. And he is in the zone, but he's
going to come down?
Yeah, I think he needs to just make a rotation right now. If he doesn't do it now, they're just going to maybe gatekeep him on the next circle shift.
Doesn't look like he is. Well, it's kind of unfortunate for Yo. Idris getting knocked there. I don't think he can get down. I mean, where's his options? It looks like Spring is just going to try and go for kills here at this time. Unfortunate for Yo. Panthers going to be down 2 members. Ogilvy getting taken. Another member of theirs getting taken down. Fame Boys going to hold it down in that shack.
Yeah, Fame Boys down on the low ground. And it's not in zone. The worst part is the area that is in zone is that high ground gatekeeping. But Syndicate getting into a fight. And BTOWN coming in huge. Down to 1 player. Is he going to be able to get the resets? He's got to readjust. If he goes down now, that's all 4 players evaporated in a poof of smoke. Will Illuminati press this advantage? They're already getting the thirst.
And he's going to take off. Peaceful. Actually gonna dip. Is he gonna get away with it? And he is. AZ not able to catch one of those tires from that buggy. That was kind of surprising. I'm surprised he just completely gave up on his entire squad. I mean, at this point, you're going for top 16, right? You're trying to get every point you can get. They got 4 kills. That's kind of an interesting decision.
Oh, I mean, he was caught in a 1v3 situation there, so I think he realized he couldn't take it. We're back onto Yo Spring. He did confirm 1 kill onto the Panthers. The Panthers actually just down to 2.
Oh, no.
So I hate it when that happens. And this is it. They got to run in the open, but they got to turn around and pop shots at Spring, just like you mentioned earlier. You got to put those suppressing shots down, especially when you got no cover.
And here comes Spring with that Scar. 4X trying to put in some work. This zone is really starting to sting. He's in big trouble. And I don't think he even has a route to get down from this hill. So at this point, he's just trying to get points, buy so much time as he can. Starting to see some teams just full sending. Lazarus are just driving all over the place. G3 getting into a really dangerous position. Looks like he is going to actually go for the hard rotation on the WallStreetBets. And this man is putting in work. Oh, they did.
M16.
Oh, he barely missed it. He needs help.
I think he got all 3 there. The M16 is 6X.
No. King A. Oh my goodness. Telly trying to get his team up. What an insane play. He's got to come and help him out. I mean, he's looting. Interesting here. What are they going to decide to do? Are they just going to give up on their players?
Well, I mean, they got the smokes down, so they don't want to make the mistake of trying to revive the players and get them. Yeah, I know, but it's a hard call when its situation is this tough. So they do manage to crawl down some, and here we go. They do get some more smokes, and they're going for that revive. I'm surprised 19E isn't sending one player a little bit closer to kind of get more info and maybe get, you know, an advantage or that third party, but 19E just playing more safe, just holding down their side of the map.
That's kind of the hard part, right? Especially when you got, you know, the importance of making it into Super Weekend is ridiculous, right? So you have to decide, like, do we just play it safe and try to get those, you know, points for top 16?
The minimums,
or, yeah, the minimums, or do we want to go up in there and get kills? I mean, it's kind of tough to say. I think maybe come Super Weekend, we'll see a lot more aggressive play when you got so much money on the line for a chicken dinner. But Ghost, dead center. Next zone about to pop. Zute, tell me about it. What do you think?
I think, wow, look at that rotation out of Ghost Gaming. Insane.
I mean, first one.
They are just dead center again.
It's ridiculous.
But they are going to have a lot of teams pressing up on them. But that hilltop, they're going to be able to farm. Yeah, they're chilling. They're going to farm a lot of kill points there. Same with 19 Esports. 19 Esports also made that, you know, 1 or 2 rotations. They're getting those zone blasts. I'm looking at Ghost Gaming and 19 Esports to run away with the points in this game.
Bro, I'm about to say, Ghost was like laying down for a second, and now they're standing straight up. They're like, all right, where are my kills at right here? Rin! Trying to get that shot, man. Barely missing it. He had a lot of time on that one, too, just to try to take the helmet off, because, I mean, I would be surprised to see a full push after that one. But I love to see some sniper shots, man. I want to see a bolt action knock here. It's going to be a little tough because Nova does have to move into this next circle.
Yeah, circle's right on the edge, away, out of the cover of the buildings. That's an important thing. As for the rest of the teams, we got so many teams not in the zone yet. So we're looking at Pro Era hard on the north side. They were on the high ground. Ooh, I'm going to love watching this rotation. They're going to drive straight downhill, and let's see where they decide to crash or where they decide to go.
Put your seatbelt on. That's all I could say. That's going to be a tough one. But they're going to have to full send it regardless. And here they go. Fishy in the back. I think they handed all their heals off to Fishy. Yeah, he saw 8 first aids there. Just in case. Lolo going with 1. Oh, it looks like he's going to try to low toss a nade. Get some shots. Lolo peeking in the 1v1. Where's his teammate? There it is. Going to get the pickup. And here comes the smokes down. Trying to be able to get his team back up. And he is going to be able to do it. Nice little play there for Pro Air.
Pro Air, they're not out of it yet, though, because Passionfruit coming in right behind them, and there we go. That's the problem when you go too early, and then you also don't want to go too late, so the timing of the push of the rotation, always a difficult thing to do. But I see Nova pressing up onto Ghost Gaming. It's a 4v4 situation. We do have one player in the far back, Shifan, providing some cover fire. But Nova, they're kind of exposed out there. Won't be soon until Passionfruit start taking shots at them.
Nova going for this position means that they're trying to win this game. Like they're trying to go for first place, but they took too much time. It was just they had to full commit. I love Ghost's nades, buying them so much time. Tends to just get knocked, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Nova can't push them.
Tensa, if you caught it, Tensa actually naded himself. I think Tensa is just like, this game is too easy. Let's make it a little more difficult. I'm gonna just nade myself.
Practice.
Let's see if Nova can do anything. Right? Yeah, practice.
Yeah, I love to see it. Love to see it from Ghost, pulling out the 100 IQ strats to make sure they're ready for
self
Super Weekend.
handicaps.
Yeah, it's insane. You have to at some point, right? And it looks like they needed it because I mean they got the next circle. So it's all Ghost,
Oh
baby.
my. It's all Ghost.
Caster
Spooky
Curse,
season
my
is here.
cheeks, bro. Ghost is gonna win this one.
Hey, I didn't say Ghost wasn't going to win. I didn't say Ghost was gonna die, so I didn't lay any Caster Curses out there yet. I did last game, and it worked out. But Lazarus, this is another team we gotta talk about right now. We're heading into the late game, and once again, Lazarus is here. Lazarus is firing off their guns. They're already at 4 kills. This circle's going to be a tough one. And 19 Esports, they're coming in. They're going in for Lazarus.
Carnage getting beat up there. He's going to go ahead and try to get the first aid off 19E against Lazarus. It's going to be a big fight. Joey is off on that off angle all by his lonesome. If 19E catch him, he's going to be in big trouble, especially 3v1. Joey's going to throw those smokes out, try to buy some time. Sam trying to get him with a grenade. Free fire through the smoke. No auto aim. Not going to get any kind of clue of where he is. There he does. He does catch him. And they do get the finish. There goes Lazarus at the 7th.
Yeah, Lazarus, ooh, I think I spoke a little bit too soon, but 19E did have the advantage of the positioning. Meanwhile, Nova did get taken out by Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming not losing a single player in that 4v4 exchange. Ghost Gaming just looking so good right now.
They're just so set up pretty. Now that Nova's out the way, is going to be a big advantage for them. Here comes Ghost, and they're just dominant position. 8 kills so far. Looking to add some more to their total. Just got to be able to find the shots down the way. Carnage trying to get an eyes on the Passionfruit. Looks like Leon's going to go for Sam. And they're just going to, right now, you're going to see, you need to see 19E, right? Carnage and them putting the suppressive fire for their teammates to get them to their same position.
Sam is down. I think he did manage to revive. Illuminati having one solo snake. Also, BTOWN. We have one player. Is he in a shack or is he just in like a dip of dips? No one is able to see him or take shots at him.
Looks like Tensa does get another knock. 600 damage dealt from the man himself. Looking good. Passionfruit have 7 kills. Ghost has 8. Looking for the top kill leader of the game. But man, you could just see Tensa. He's got so much vision here. Spec and Tensa holding the same window. Oh, that's it. Oh, what?
Oh,
there it is.
There we go.
Yep. And Sam's going to go down here with that blue zone there for sure. Carnage runs right into some big bullets. Here goes Acer trying to take out Passionfruit. Juancho does shut that down. But where is the last remaining member, Leon? Leon's just going to be chilling in the back. 1 first aid.
Leon is in, well, he was in that zone, but the zone has shifted. It goes on to Peaceful from BTOWN. He has been hard chilling. Sipping on a pina colada down there. Illuminati, I don't think goes. Oh. Okay, well, pina colada.
Caster Curse.
Ghost Gaming finding that one. Oh, he's got a grenade, but it's a 1v4. I don't think anything's going to come of this one.
One miracle nade, you never know. Doesn't look like he is going to be able to catch it, though. King trying to get a shot here. Oh, quick fire. Ghost hear it, and I think Ghosts are like, oh, kill? Ooh, kill?
Yeah.
Free kill?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Ghost Gaming. We're down to 3. 19E, barely staying alive. Passionfruit, I think. Passionfruit with a 3-man team, and that's all they got. With 8 kills, looking good for them. They're just trying to get that 2nd place. Take out 19E.
Oh, run in the open. Run in the open, right? Might as well. You're Ghost.
Yeah.
I mean, they realize, like, I mean, they heard that one shot. They're like, oh, one player? They don't take any risks. We're sending all 4. We're going to get him. We're going to get Leon. And we're going to get the dub, dude. It is over. Ghost Gaming, yet again. They won in Erangel, and they win it here in Miramar.
And it's just, it's like, we've seen, like, 3 different versions of Ghost. We've seen the Ghost where they don't get zone and win it. We've seen the version of where they don't get zone, they still make a good game of it. And then we see when they do get zone. And when they do get zone, this is the Ghost Gaming that's the scariest. This is the Ghost Gaming that all the other players on the teams hate, and they always make that tweet. Ghost Gaming, they always get zone. That's how they win. Well, I mean, yeah. You just see all them got zone, and you saw how
it's
they
true
won.
though. Like if they get the zone, they're gonna win the game, right? But they just proved in match number 1 that they could win
Exactly.
without it. So they could do it all. I mean, the thing is that you hope that they don't, so you could stand a chance. But so far, they just seem like when they get that circle, they've just been unstoppable.
Indeed. Lazarus, you know, they had 2 really good games. And I'm going to say their 3rd game was still pretty good. Like, it's not as good as their first 2, but on average, I would say high competitive level.
I think it's a good game indeed. Let's take a look at the round results so we can see exactly how it all turned out after that match. And we can see here, Ghost Gaming, first place. Huge shocker, 15 kill points. So 2 chicken dinners once again. Beautiful game from them. Lazarus in 7th. What stands out to you, Zute?
Passionfruit and 19 Esports. Passionfruit finally getting, you know, one of their better games. And same with 19 Esports, 16 points right there, 12 placement kills, or 12 placement points and 4 kill points. BTOWN also doing a really good job. And Lazarus, Nova, Illuminati, dope to follow on that first page.
Well done. Let's take a look at the second page here. Up. And let's see how the rest of the squads did. It's crazy to see that 8th place only had 3 points. And it looks pretty similar here on the second page. What a crazy game.
Yeah,
What a crazy game.
I think this is very typical of Miramar, because on Miramar, it's either you have the advantage positional-wise or you don't. So teams just get completely wiped, not being able to pick up any points. But let's take a look at the MVP. I'm going to guess it's going to be all members of Ghost on that MVP list. Juancho! Shout out to Passionfruit. Juancho breaking into the MVP against Ghost Gaming, but Tensa and Spec are your 2 Ghost members representing there on your screen.
Beautifully done, man. Ghost, I think we've seen them almost in every single game have at least one top player. That's absolutely nuts. Let me ask you, Zute, the Zute analysis, bro. What is like the kryptonite of Ghost? Like, what do you do to beat this team in your eyes?
Oh, man. The kryptonite of Ghost. Basically, hope that Beowulf, Tensa, HH, and Spec is no longer on the team. There you go.
Career-ending injury?
Yeah, but let me tell you, what's better than getting, you know, that top frag? It's getting that top frag in style. And you guys at home can be in style too, because the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is on sale. So make sure you head into the PUBG mobile store and get it for yourself, and you'll be getting the same swag as some of the pro players competing right now. But that's it for game number 4. We got one more to go, Hot Jukes. I can't wait to see how the day closes out.
Let's get it.
the OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone, and what a game there by Ghost Gaming here at the PMPL North America season number 2. And got to take a second to thank our partner and sponsor of the event, OnePlus. Check out the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro with flagship performance and 120 hertz display and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. Get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro, your best shot at climbing the ladder on PUBG Mobile at all major networks, retail network retailers. There we go. Got there. All right. Ghost Gaming popped on off, but they weren't the only one that had a huge last game there, Seven. The team that is becoming now like a great storyline based off of that last game, it was Passionfruit. With 3 players, they were able to show up and gather some points here.
Yeah, man, Passionfruit, like, it made me so happy. That's a team that we were kind of hinting at the beginning of the day. If you guys remember, saying that some stuff might be happening with their roster. Some people that were expected to be sitting down are now starting to become main players too. But for them to step up in such a huge way too, with such top hitters here, with Ghost Gaming still alive and actually ended up winning the game, it's just good to see. It goes to show for that team that there's still a chance, even though they are 1 man down, that they can still perform and they can still kind of showcase their skills, because who knows, even if you guys don't make it right to the next stage, you can always get picked up by one of these teams.
That's right. We could take a look at the total damage that they put out in that last game, which led them to having so many points, led them to having so many kills, and having one of the performances of the tournament in this early game so far. It was a lot of Ghost, but again, a 3-man Passionfruit Esports finding their way to 2nd place in total damage.
Yeah, hold on, Passionfruit Esports. Ghost Gaming, once again, being able to put up a 2,800 damage performance with 50 kills. Just to refresh your memory, in case you weren't here earlier, in the first game that we played today, they ended up with 2,800 damage and 18 kills. So good to see that consistency out of Ghost Gaming when it comes to their chicken dinners. Now, going back to Passionfruit Esports, this is definitely a match that they need. Keep in mind, only the top 16 players from today and tomorrow, only top 16 teams actually from today and tomorrow are going to be moving on to the Super Weekend. So any points that they can secure is going to be huge. And I mean, 8 kill points, that's definitely a huge plus there, Glitter.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, moving down the list as well, we see 19 Esports able to get some damage on the board for themselves, chipping away kind of at their positioning on the overall leaderboard. Nova up, they're still struggling to find their groove, but they, you know, we heard the casters talking about them as well. BTOWN Esports, you were hyping them up yourself, Seven.
Yes.
6 kills on the board and doing so in efficient fashion when you look at their damage output.
Not only that, not only were they able to put up the kills, they were also able to put up the placement points. And this is something that a lot of teams usually tend to struggle, whether it is their aggressiveness or the placement points, whatever it might be. For them to be able to put up 6 kill points and on top of that end up in 4th place overall for that last match, I feel like that is huge for that team.
Yeah, the fact that they're coming straight off of PMCO, although champions of PMCO, and then slotting into a tournament filled with I guess pro regulars that we're just so used to seeing, and finding consistency has been very impressive. Let's take a look now at Passionfruit one more time here, their player stats for that last game, because again, the performance that they did together with only 3 members, it's hard enough when you have all 4. When you're down to 3 and starting with 3 and still having to get information, make rotations, win gunfights, it's pretty dang hard. So let's take a look at that one. Glitter, with the performance of Passionfruit, who stands out to you out of that group of guys?
I mean, we obviously saw it there at the end when the casters were kind of closing things out, and they too were surprised by the fact that in those top 3 players of that match, I believe it was Wancho up there,
Yes.
a third of the team right now competing for Passionfruit, making it into the top 3 fraggers of that match. I mean, that is speaking volumes of not only Wancho as a player, but the fact that I think we not necessarily weren't expecting as much, but I think we were understanding of the fact that if Passionfruit was struggling a little bit more here because they had less of a roster, then that just made sense, right? The fact that they were able to match the damage of some of the players that we've seen on our top teams today so far, while doing it a player down, that is nothing short of impressive. And I am excited to see what they can do when they have a full 4-person squad.
Glitter, something that we usually talk about too is it's a player's confidence, right? And when you're down a player, when you're having to play just a 3-man squad, I feel like a performance like this is going to be huge for the team, because not only was it just one player in Wancho, right? It was also Sleepless being able to secure there, I believe it was 4 kills. It was also Echo being able to participate in that and get some assists as well, get some damage. So any of those little confident boosts for that team, even though they are currently down in regards to just being down 1 man, I think it's huge, and I think it kind of gives them a glimpse of, hey, you guys are here, you're gonna have to adjust, and guess what? You just were able to put up a great performance there in Miramar.
Yeah, well, Wancho, Sleepless, and Echo will have themselves yet one more opportunity to do so here on map number 5. It'll be Group A, so Ghost Gaming finally giving space for the rest of the lobby to pick up some points. It was Knights now that get to be inserted back in, as well as XSET in those dominant positions, and Hitlist. To be honest, all 3 of those teams in Group B have had moments of doing well, and we're still waiting for UYU to get themselves off of the ground and get some points here. They're still in the single digits after 3 games, but this will be your final group before we close out today. And if you have seen some of the biggest highlights, some of the biggest talking points, use the hashtag PUBGMOBILE in PUBGM, PUBGM? Yeah, there it is, hashtag PUBGM, to get into the conversation with everyone. Make sure to head on over to YouTube, to Twitch, to Twitter, to Facebook, and use hashtag PMPL. There we go. That's the one. PMPL, to hop into the conversation and get involved no matter where you watch your streams or put out your social media content. All right, analysts, thank you so much for everything we've done so far after 4 games. We've got one more, and we'll bring you back at the end of it after we take a short break. So that means we've got one more call back to our casters. Back on over to Zute and Hot Jukes. Guys, Passionfruit, right? It's great. Ghost now out of the way. So what are you looking for here, Zute, as we move into this final game?
With Ghost Gaming not playing, it kind of opens up the playing field really for all of these teams, because one thing that all the competing teams know is that Ghost Gaming, they get those center positions for themselves very quickly. Now with Ghost Gaming not in the match, you might see 2 teams or 3 teams try and clash for a quick rotation towards the center, and you just might see some early fighting for this game of Erangel.
I'm gonna be looking at straight Epic Aloe, dude. Who's gonna? I mean, Epic Aloe, Pachiki, right? Who's going dead center? I mean, it's going to be wide open. You know that Ghost ain't there. I'd love to see who decides to take that spot, knowing that that is vacant, because that's a huge location to take right off the game.
100% Hot Jukes. With a center position being open, you get those fast rotations that that Ghost takes advantage of. And I know these teams have been scrimming a lot, so maybe one of these teams have already claimed that when Ghost isn't in that scrim group or they're not playing. But it's still curious to see, right? It's the last game of the day. Some of these teams might get a little bit desperate and they want to change up what they do, so they might just take that position instead. But I mean, that's only one aspect of the game, right? Once you get that loot spot, you got to know the rotations, you got to know the positions to fight for. There's so much more to the game besides just the starting location.
Yes, sir. Well, everybody, let's get it, man. Last game. Taking that on over to Erangel. Let's go, man. Let's just go. Let's get it.
I'm looking at the playing path right now. It's more towards the eastern side. We're starting from that military base up to the north side. So, I mean, the last game, or I think all the Erangel games, we've had some pretty decent playing paths, right? And no real clashes off drops. I don't expect any clashes here. I know we got alternating groups, but these teams have been practicing before PMPL started with, similar groups for a while now. So, well, I mean, fingers crossed. I want to see something different. I want to see something spicy off drop.
Same, dude. I want to see some people get to the action, but at the same time, I don't know if it's going to happen just because, I mean, there's just so much on the line, like you got to make it into the super weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see teams just stick to their strategy and not want to alter the slightest little bit. But I would love to see multiple teams just kind of head towards Pachinki. I think that would be fun.
I'm actually looking at it, and no teams are heading towards Pachinki. And HH, the headshot master right now with a 3 headshot. Sleepless from Passionfruit with the longest kill distance. You can see Ghost Gaming is not there, surprisingly, I guess. I mean, they take all of their fights up close and personal, how they like it, where their gun skill really comes into play.
Well, the first circle is going to go on up, and it is going to be heading on over to the north side. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm really surprised to see that no team was risking taking Pachinki. At the same time, I think it works out for them, right? Because look where this first circle is.
Yeah, maybe all the teams are just at a state where they're trying to figure out their own rotations and lock everything down, especially given it's still not the super weekend, right? All of these teams can easily make top 16 at any notice. So maybe that desperation isn't coming out yet, and they're still trying to practice and figure out, their regular drop spots, because that's going to carry over to the rest of the month, right? Only one game at a time will Ghost not be in Pachinki. So just don't go Pachinki at all and just keep practicing what you got working with, right?
I can't blame you. Can't blame you. But I think maybe if you were like a team that whatever's been working hasn't been, like one of the squads on the bottom of the leaderboards, why don't you go for it,
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow when Ghost is setting out again. But right now, like I said, you can make top 16 off of one game alone. We still got a whole day left. So I'm pretty sure that's what these teams are thinking. Taking a look at Yo up in the north. What do you think about this Yo team? Like specifically their team name, Yo.
Yo, bro, Yo. I think it's great to have as a caster. That's for sure. Definitely makes things fun. I want to see a little bit more for them, though. Spring, I think, is one of those players that just has so much potential. I just think that they're just not firing just on all cylinders just yet.
Yeah, Spring's definitely a very experienced player. I actually picked up Spring when he first started his PUBG. His PUBG mobile career. Funny story, actually. So we were at an ESL LAN event for a PUBG mobile tournament, right? And we were at like this little house party thing where, there was hot pot. It was like we got so much hot pot. And Spring, if you've ever seen him in real
remember
life,
that.
I hope they show Spring's, face more on stream. But Spring, he's like this really tall, skinny guy with a really long neck, so he really stands out in a crowd. But I mean, when I met him, I had no idea who he was. And I don't know how our conversation started, but Spring was an experienced player from another Battle Royale title. And I just got to talking with him, and he was like, I said something like, yo, you're interested in the game? You played competitive before? Yeah, my team's kind of looking for a sub. You want to, just join us and we'll see what happens? And Spring was like, yeah, sure, that'd be cool, man. And then next thing you know, we're in Malaysia together competing at a global finals. And now it's great to see Spring, still grinding it out, still playing competitive. Last season, his results were pretty good in this Yo team. Like I said, maybe they're just off to a slower start. It happens. But I'm looking for this Yo team to start popping off eventually at some point.
Same here, man. Spring, the leader of Enigma fan club, another player. He likes to show love to. As we once did a nice interview with him and saw the wall of Enigma. But man, he's got to make him proud. He has to make him proud. He's got to put in work, Sute. He's got to put in work. You know what I'm saying?
100%. Now, first circle. Oh, I was just about to say, kind of slow. Nothing's really happening. Typical of Erangel, but Xenox getting really close to WallStreetBets, and they're in Yasnaya. I don't think anything's really going to happening, but oh, we see smokes coming down from WallStreetBets already. That's how scared they are of this player. They hear one set of footsteps, and they're like, all right, smoke's down. We're leaving immediately. But maybe they're just covering their grounds, right? You don't want to take any chances.
Yeah, don't want to make any mistakes, especially this early on. That would just be devastating. And you can see Kige throwing out those smokes, trying to buy some time. The rest of his squad is so far split up. Xenox, though, it looks like he wants a piece. He's going to start heading it down here near Kige. He does have that M7, so that's pretty sick, but he ain't got no helmet.
Yeah, they are going really aggressive. You know what? With the Knights, with the points they have, they've secured top 16 already. Do you think at some point these teams are just going to play aggressive for the sake of playing aggressive because they've made it into the Super Weekend already?
They can. I mean, they can, right? The door's open for them to do that. And I don't blame them. I mean, here they go. Kige shuts down that aggressiveness, though, really quick. He's really scared to peek that head as he doesn't have any helmet, and he can just see how quick it is to get knocked. But the big difference, though, between the Knights and WallStreetBets is that the Knights have cover and are playing really tight together. Nice nade there. Oh, the laser nade onto Baba. Here comes Steve-O, going to run in and get knocked really quick. And going to leave it up to Drago.
Drago, last one. Maybe they should have dropped all of their smokes and just really ejected out there. But, yep, I see a third team coming in. It's Lazarus. They hear the gunshots. They smell the blood.
They want those points, baby. But they're going to have to kind of hurry it up a little bit. If they do catch that angle.
It's getting stolen.
Oh, yep. And there it is. Telly says points. Going to take 2 of them away from the Knights.
Bleed pink, indeed. Making that, those 2 knock players definitely bleeding pink after Telly picked up those 2 kills. And this is the last game of the day. And we're seeing, you know, some of these teams, Lazarus, Knights included, they know they've kind of made it into Super Weekend. And it being the last game of the day, they're playing aggressive. I don't think we've seen a third party in all 5 games so far, except right now. So I think this is just a sign of things to come as this game continues on.
And Lazarus getting those nice little 2 points under their belt. They did have such a great game earlier. 2 Teslas parking on in, getting nice and set up, different colors as well. I mean, this squad is set up.
It should all be pink. I'm
Yeah,
kind of disappointed.
right?
It's not all pink. Come on. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
they should roll deep with 4 pink Teslas in one match and just, that would be
Lack of commitment, bro. That's what I hate to see. You know what I'm saying?
Stay true to your colors.
That's
What are
right.
you guys doing? Why are they not all in 4 pink outfits? I'm sure there's pink outfits in the game too, right?
I would say yes, but wouldn't that give away who your team is?
Oh yeah, that's true. That would actually be quite funny, right? You're the team
Right?
that's rocking 4 pink outfits, and you're like
Us
in a snake
Lazarus.
situation, and you got 4 pink outfits crawling around. Okay, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. That's, you shouldn't rock all pink. Maybe just the cars, but yeah, that would give away
Maybe
your team, too.
purple. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, just kind of mix it up just a little bit, but I don't know, dude. You know, I don't know. Lazarus are in a pretty good spot here, just north of Yasnaya. They're going to hold that little hill ridge right there with those rocks. It's going to be pretty sick. Juancho, Passionfruit's going to be way up there at the top, holding just down his position, man. You know, as one of the only members left. It's with Sleepless, just as a duo. Hate to see the situation that Passionfruit is in, to be honest. Honestly, it's it hurts. Hurts for me to see that.
Echo already got taken out in this match, so if they go from a 3-man down to 2-man. We do see that circle shift that goes to the southeast. These teams are making their rotations. Alucard driving straight into UIU. UIU not popping off any shots, maybe trying to bait them in. They are trying to bait them in, but the Knights, they smell it out. Something is fishy up here. UIU forced to take shots now, but the Knights, no casualties there, and they'll just rotate back around the other way.
Dude, they saw a pixel. Because, I mean, I saw his head out, like, just for a second. And if you move just a little bit, Knights had to have seen it and just been like, oh, let's dip. That's so crazy. Nice little maybe drive-by from Yo versus Passionfruit. Nope. They're going to respect each other.
Passionfruit's
more moving.
driving into the Knights, though. Do you see rotations coming out everywhere? Teams getting shot up, but usually we don't see any casualties. I think, yeah, Sleepless boosting on up away. Now getting shot by UYU. Coops with the first airdrop. Like, I like that new little, infographic that pops
That's
up.
sick.
That is cool. We didn't see that before.
Bro, I'll tell you what, I bet you he's hoping it's that MG3.
Oh, that gun.
Bro, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. I posted a clip like a little earlier, dude. That thing is nuts. It is the squad wiper. It's like a mixture between the Bob Barker, the MK14, and an Uzi with M249 bullet range. It's insane.
You know what I think it's more like? I think it's more like if you were able to dual wield Grozas.
right as well. Dude,
if you are able to dual wield Grozas, you got the MG3.
So what are you going to nickname it, bro? You know, the M249 was the squad wiper, the MK was the Bob Barker. What should we call the MG3? The clapper?
Nah, there's got to be something more like legendary than that for that. I mean, the MG3. Well, it'll come
gaming.
The ghost gaming. I picked up the ghost gaming.
I picked up the ghost gaming, bro. Let's go. Time to wipe squads.
Oh man! Here we see Yo back here going from Severity, rotating down to the east side of Prison, and Spring scouting out Dope. So they're gonna disengage right there, and we're on the east side of the map. Okay, this is, I would say, the less commonly played side of the Erangel map. We see a lot of circles always towards the west side. Now the east side, I think it's more difficult to play because you don't have Mount Everest, but you have this right here on your screen. This one shelter mountaintop that goes all the way up to the lumberyard. It's like Mount Everest times 5 over here.
The big rock, bro, right above Prison. Where very well known, very well played. You also can play it in some, quick matches as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Like you said, the east side of the map is definitely probably one of the most unplayed, but in my eyes, the most unplayed, dude, has to be the northwest, dude. Zarky. When's the last time we saw Zarky finish, dude?
In a competitive game, like almost, I can't recall. I just can't recall.
Dude, the dream. Okay.
There we go.
Oh,
that's
right.
A shift.
Lipovka. That is where we're going. Okay, nice little thick shift over to the east. Dope Esports LLC have just limited their liability, bro, with that circle shift. They are dead center.
Oh, I love it. That was great. Also, Yo getting a good position, too, on that circle shift. So this might be Yo's game, to collect some points, to pop off a little bit. Meanwhile, all these other teams, you see it on the screen, having to drive up this huge mountain. Like, this is literally like Mount Everest times 5. So much ground up here. So much playable areas. XSET.
Here we go.
Wanting a piece of that LLC. And J7 with the entry and the thirst all by himself. He does get knocked. He'll get that trade, get that thirst. The rest of XSET, where are they at?
Here they come.
There they
Here they come. A little late than never. Kill switch. Oh, with a quick peek. He's going to take that one out. Really easy. It's a big battle between Dope and XSET. Flawless is 1 HP. He's going to jump out the building. He's running for his life. XSET says, we got a runner. Kill switch. Going for him. They're searching. Marco. Polo. Where's Flawless? They can't see him. He hops in the buggy? They must have heard that. Oh, here they go. You can see Nesquik on the other side. He's just
holding it down.
Buying time, yeah.
They're trying to get that reset in formation. They do kind of have XSET kind of pinched into one angle, so they're trying to use that utility. But even trades, it started off as a 4v4, and now it's down to a 2v2. I always love seeing when teams trade back and forth evenly. That just goes to show both teams are evenly skilled. We do have kill switch, so the talk of the town, the talk of XSET. We've seen what this player could do. And with these two duos and a 2v2, I got to favor XSET a little bit over there.
I think so too, man. Especially when you got kill switch, dude. The guy is so great at taking on 1v1, 1v2 situations. But I mean, anything can happen here. This is the PMPL. Everybody here is at that same level. And you can see Lazarus just trying to. I mean,
kill switch.
They all made it here. They all made it here, right? So they're at that same level that wise, but kill wise, I mean, everyone's got skill, right? Right position, right play. You can make it happen.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Lazarus getting kept on that edge. Yeah, that's true. PMCO. PMCO. There's
levels.
Yeah, there's levels when it comes to PMCO. But Lazarus doing a crazy rotation, does manage to get their way in. They did lose Joey. Already picked up those 2 kill steals, right? I don't think they know Pro Era is here. Pan with that
Pro Era
grenade.
did a little bit of moving, so I'm sure they had to have heard a footstep, maybe. G3's not even looking in this direction, though. That nade, now they know.
Now they know.
Now they know. Yeah,
You see
G3 instantly
G3.
pulled the pin.
Exactly. Did you see how fast that was? The second he got naded, he was like reactionary. Like
Smoke.
okay,
You think that was a
I'ma
nade
throw
or a
one back.
smoke? He was
Oh,
there
that
like
next
a-
circle shift. Oh, it goes back up
my
to. Look at how much
goodness.
open
Oh!
space is on that northwest.
Dude, how did Fears survive that? Barely. Pan's gonna take out the buggy tires. Toxic. And that's gonna make it so difficult for them because Lazarus just tried to dip after seeing that circle shift. But now they really can't. It's up to G3 and that Tesla. Here goes Pan. Oh, wow. Yeah, I was like to say very risky to send it out, but he doesn't. Kill switch. We'll see who has the more skill in a little second later. We can see the fight on the bottom right. As we're still seeing Pro Era and Lazarus go at it here on the main screen.
Pro Era kind of realizes they have Lazarus trapped, so they want to collect those kill points. But the zone did shift, and both of these teams have to make a rotation at some point. I think Pro Era finally giving it up and taking that rotation now. So both teams, oh, maybe not Lolo, getting off into really good position right there, shaking shots at G3, Gabby right there, and now they're just constantly trying to move their vehicles back and forth to not get shot at. And kill switch coming up with the first grenade kill. I think XSET did win that 2v2, and of course none other than kill switch getting that grenade in.
Killswitch got the Molotov on one of their players and the grenade on the second to finish him up. So, I mean, definitely XSET showing that they are at a different level, able to get that finish here. Pan being just a thorn in the side of Lazarus. Lazarus is just looking at Pro Era saying, guys, give us some moments to breathe so we can get out of here. But they do end up getting that from UYU on top of the hill with the third party.
Yeah, Pro Era took way too long to try and find those angles, right? They had him trapped for so long, but because they took so long to figure out where to go, they're getting third party because the zone is shifted and teams are now in front of them. Lazarus still having to rotate right into Lolo right there on that north side. Lolo holding a 1v2!
Vehicle!
And all three go down to that vehicle explosion.
Beautifully done, and you can just see them all on their knees begging for help. Fishy is in a position to kind of really capitalize on that moment. G3's just driving around trying to figure out, what do I do here? As he's the last remaining member, he wants to pick up his teammates, and he's going to full set it on in here. Super risky play. Is he going to be able to make it? Looks like he's full sending it on over, but it's going to be just a little too late. Oh, and there goes the tire.
Yeah, that back. Oh! Get the thirst! Get the thirst!
No! T3 tried. That was so close.
Too many lines of sight right there. Man, let me tell you, all these teams, they're trying to pick up every kill point possible. They're gatekeeping. 19 Esports not yet in circle, doing a crazy rotation of their own. 2 people in a buggy, 2 people in a car, getting Iris down from TDO.
Busting, I mean, the drive-bys from 19E, using their gun skill out the car, putting in some work. Here goes Carnage on a Nova now. There's a big battle between these two teams. Carnage is going to have a really good angle, decides to lay down, throw out a little quick smoke for defense. Gotta be careful with those grenades, though, and Acer does get caught, but Sheefan getting one just in return. Oh my gosh, the nades from Rin.
And just like that. You throw a nade, I throw a nade right back at you. Nova, pulled up with a 2-man right there. Did not have the number advantage. 19 Esports pick up those kills, but UIU, okay, this team has yet to really pop off. They need to get aggressive on this. This is their chance.
Nice
they got
nade.
another re-knock with that grenade. I want to see this UIU team take some action into their own hands and press in on 19 Esports. Get those kill points because they have every advantage right now.
They have to commit. They have to commit to this, and they have to do it now. They're already a little bit late in my eyes, but here they come. Trey gonna go for the run over, and he's gonna get one! There's
Nice.
See Ya Sam! And he's gonna go for it again? The shark? That is Jack? Almost goes for him, and another run over! UYU!
This
is 19E, not like this, 19E.
This
Not
is
like this.
it. I've been watching a lot of the Chinese pros play over in China. They actually utilize their vehicles like that quite a bit, and you can see it now. Like, it is effective when you do it in the correct positions, in the correct places. And another way to utilize your vehicle is what Spring's doing. You just sit in the car and pretend no one can see you.
Hey, officer, I was not driving. I'm in the passenger seat. The driver drove right off. You know what I'm saying? Like, pulling out the plays, bro. Trying not to go to jail. And,
man.
I mean, it's working so far. Kill Switch actually pulls up right next to Spring.
Oh!
I don't think he realizes it. I don't think he realizes it. Spring pops out the vehicle.
No, he doesn't.
And, gets shut down. Gets poloed down to 1 HP. Wow, what a play.
Like, literally, yo, right? Because yo.
But,
I mean, he could have sat in there. And, okay, calm down now. Calm down now, BTOWN. Let me finish. Spring could have sat in there. And I don't think they would have ever noticed.
That is insane. Yeah, you're right. I think he could have just been sneaky Spring. That
would
was
have been
crazy.
the most Spring thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
If
anyone's going to do that,
it would be Spring.
Agreed, dude. What insane. Here we go, though. Mezexis and the Panthers. We've seen the Panthers have certain potential in prior tournaments, but I think they're yet to really show that they're, a top 3 squad. You're going to have to kind of prove it right here, though. Mezexis is in big trouble. I want to see the Panthers press this. I want to see that aggression. They got them bleeding. It's just Starlight left for Mezexis.
Yeah, and Starlight's still not in zone behind the tree, so he's got to press in this. Like, 1v4. I mean, if you're going to use 6 fingers, you got to use it for this 1v4 situation. Let's see how many Starlight can take. Oh, wait. Maybe he got in zone. He's just going to use all 6 fingers to hit the prone button and just lay low.
Just hold that phone tight. Hold that phone tight. Wait for an opportune time. The hit list all laid down. Nice and separate. Jatji's got a little rock there to that side. And it looks like one of the members is going to be in there. It's going to be Jat. So Jat does have a position inside the zone. Trickster trying to find his own way in. Sneaking in. Mosso from the Panthers. Trying to catch somebody slipping through the window. And it looks like the play zone's going to take down Trey. Right there. So, I mean, just a lot of shots going back and forth. Drake holding the shack down. Anyone's game. Look at that spray from Jatji.
Yeah, so steady.
No recoil.
Spray that smoke.
None.
Oh, there we go. You hit some shots right there. You can't get the finish. So, BTOWN, they're in a good position if they can make their way in and survive this circle. Once the circle closes, a lot of these teams will no longer have the lines of sight. And it looks like BTOWN do get the reset on their 4th player. Looking good, looking good. We see the Panthers, they still got to make their way into zone, but they do have 4 players to be able to breach in with.
It's going to be interesting to see who takes this one, because right now we're seeing a lot of squads still up. Everybody at the edge of circle. Syndicate still have 3 up. They can make something happen. Anything can happen.
Syndicate. They're waiting to get that gatekeep in. They're trying to look for the shots on the Panthers, but some of the Panthers have already moved in. And oh, I love this. Pulling up outside of the zone in the advantageous spot to take out the team that's in zone. BTOWN's forced to give up that position of the high ground. Now Panthers can use it to take out BTOWN and take their position, but they got to do it quick because blue zone is closing. They got to utilize it fast.
And they already got 2 down. Panthers putting in some work. Illusion off the ankle. Gonna try and move into this next circle, and he's got eyes on BTOWN. He's gonna be able to hit those shots through the smoke. Doesn't look like it. Gonna hop into the buggy up on top of it. At Jatji. I mean, Jatji is pretty beat up here. Gonna have to make a play. Full sand on in. Gonna mix things up. Legal up top with the Vector. Gets a nice couple of knocks. It's up to Grave. Last one. Can he hit this?
Brave, 1v2 situation, I believe. Oh, the drop shot. Comes out huge. 1v1.
I think Syndicate stole that kill. And they do. Yeah, Syndicate did steal that one away. 1 nade, 1 bad Molotov. Oh, here it comes. Legal's right there. Oh, and here comes Syndicate to clean up everything. Oh, Legal's got this. I think that's it. Beautiful nade. Does get the finish on the BTOWN. Legal. Getting it done.
Lasso with that grenade, but now Legal is just himself versus 3 and Syndicate. I mean, they were just controlling the zone from that mansion area, and you can see how all the teams got pressed away and absolutely decimated running into each other. 3v1 situation. Legal's not got much time to work with as he's getting lit up, shot up,
Pan?
half
No
HP.
way.
Oh,
No way.
okay.
No way, pan him. No way they're gonna pan him. No way. He's going for the pan. Oh, and he doesn't get it. Oh, they should have let him. They should have let him. That would have been nuts, to be honest. Syndicate with the toxicity, bro. Tried to pan him in PMPL Zute.
I respect it. You know, that's it's a psychological warfare. It's a confidence boost when you get that pan kill. I mean, I think we've seen a pan kill before on the PMPL, and I just remember like everybody just went nuts. They were just, yeah, I mean, they had it 3v1, and they had him pinned down too, right? All he had was that tree. So either way, Syndicate, right, with the chicken dinner. We didn't see too much of them on the screen, but they controlled that ending zone perfectly to the point where they didn't really have to fight any teams off. They just pressed everyone away.
Man, dude, they put in work. Once they got that little opening, they took advantage of it, and they stole quite a few kills in that one right there. So great to see Syndicate finish strong. I'm looking forward to see tomorrow how they're gonna, use that momentum, use that chicken dinner to kind of push themselves to perform a little bit better at.
Yeah, let's look at the overall results right now. We just finished game number 5, but let's take a look at how everyone did. Syndicate, of course, with that chicken dinner, 24 points, and the Panthers, the team that finally kind of really stepped up and showed up getting 20 points in. Now, I think every single game where a team does well, like in the top 3, is huge, because why? They just need top 16, and if you could get into the top 3 in a single match, that's quite a lot of points. That's almost enough, I would say, to get you to move on to the Super Weekend.
It's totally possible. The big thing, though, is that there's so many teams here that have potential to pop off at any moment, So,
Sure.
like, you did have a game, but if a few teams have a couple good games, tomorrow, you can definitely get knocked out. So, got to stay strong, got to stay vigilant. Moving on over to the second page, Lazarus, unfortunately, not having the best game here. The Knights in 10th place. That's kind of surprising to see. Nova in 14th.
Nova.
Wow, what's up with Nova?
Yeah,
Glitter?
I don't think Glitter. I can't wait till she gets on while she has to defend her support for the Nova team. But I mean,
dang.
I support Nova too. I wish they had a better start today. We still got one more day, and you only need top 16, right? I mean, that's probably what Glitter's gonna say. That's her only fallback. Now I'm gonna say all her fallbacks right now, so she can't defend herself at all. But the Nova team, not looking good. And Passionfruits with 0 points after they had such a good game. The previous one, I mean, anything can happen from match to match. So, I mean, it's last game of the day. We had some teams show up that we weren't expecting out of like Syndicate and the Panthers.
That's going to make things a little bit more difficult, especially when top 16's coming. Top leaders, teams in that middle of the pack, going to have to start worrying. Let's take a look at the round leaders here to see who performed the best in that last one. And surprisingly, no Ghost members, right? I mean, they sat out, so, that definitely left this one open. And it looks like we're going to see Brain from Syndicate end up being the first, and 2 members from the Panthers coming up in there. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, Illusion and Legal. I just want to highlight once again, I love how the Panther played that ending zone where they pushed BTOWN from behind, went out of the next zone in the circle to get that advantageous position. I feel like if they did it a bit faster, they would have been able to keep 4 up, and then it'd be a 4v3 against Syndicate, right? So there's always room for improvement, but it was great to see that strategy come out of the Panthers, which secured them that 2nd place and some kill points too.
Legal getting it done there at the end. Very well executed, and that's what really separates. I mean, that kind of makes you stand out a little bit, I think, from some of your other teammates. When you're able to make some nice plays like that, and you never know what's going to happen in the future. You always want to put out your best performance. So that's going to be it for us, everybody. Thank you, of course, for all your support. Let's go ahead and shoot out over to the desk so they can wrap things up.
the OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Finally, that last map here on PMPL NA Season number 2 goes to a team that maybe we didn't expect, the Syndicate, getting themselves a victory in the Chicken Dinner. D-Gon here, along with the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to close out what has been an explosive day. Almost every single time, the points were clustered up on the top, with the top 5 teams taking home most of the points here. So let's take a look at the overall standings. And 7, after a day's worth of work, are we going to find some teams at the top that we should, right? But we should find a couple of surprises. Let's take a look at what we got here. I imagine we'll see some Ghost. I imagine we'll see some PK. Like, who else do you think we'll see on that top leaderboard?
I would actually be surprised if we don't see Hitlist. They had a pretty consistent day. I hope they're at the top. I think at one point when we're actually looking at them, they were in 4th place or something along those lines, right? And that's a surprising team because usually they kind of fall off. So yeah, please do me a favor, Eddie, pull up those overalls because I'm excited to see who's currently in 1st place. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be Ghost Gaming because 18 kills on the first win, 15 kills, Glitter, on the second win. And look at that, baby. 75. Oh my gosh, 75 points with 41 kill points. Lazarus, the 2nd place team in regards also 2nd place in regards to kill points as well, 25 points. Ghost Gaming came to just perform here as we do see them once again with 75 points. We're going to go down the list a little bit there. We do have Knights with 52 points and XSET with 50 points. Out of those top 4, let me just tell you, I'm excited to see the consistency that we have actually seen today out of those 4 teams. And as I was saying, the Hitlist, look at that, they're currently in 5th place there with 47 points. And a big surprise to me, and one that I was hoping we would see here and we were hoping to kind of perform well on the first day, is the PMCL winners BTOWN Esports being able to secure 39 points. I think for a first day performance for them, Glitter, I think this is huge.
Yeah, no, especially when you consider the competition that they were up against all day. As we move on to the second page here, I mean, Syndicate, though, even split their 16 and 16 between placement points and kill points. So that consistency is going to be huge for them, especially when they had a finish like we just saw here. That's a fantastic way for them to close out the day. But looking forward to the rest of our overall standings here. We'll see where some of those names that we talked about a few times today, where they've fallen in 9th through 16th, because I believe there's probably going to be some surprises here for this list.
Yeah, there it is. The Pro Era has stepped on up and collected themselves 32 points. Remember, they had a couple of big games. The Illuminati has been relatively consistent there at 30. Panthers at 27. Ogilvy, Mezexis, Nova, Passionfruit. And finally getting out of the single digits, it's UIU. UU, finally, the fighting game community organization that's stepping into PUBG Mobile. They had to use some melee tactics with vehicles there in that last one there, 7.
Yeah, definitely. And something I actually kind of wanted to mention with Passionfruit Esports is how close they were. Keep in mind, they played today the whole day with just 3 players. How close they were actually able to get to Nova Esports, which we were kind of expecting them to do a lot better here. Now we are moving here towards total damage for that last match. We do see the Panthers absolutely smacking it with 1700 damage. And something that I loved when we were watching that engagement, especially towards the end, Glitter, is how patient they were. They waited for the right moment to strike. They decided to, you know what, let's see what the other teams are gonna actually, I'm talking about Syndicate, what they were able to do in regards to Panthers and BTOWN Esports. They waited for the right moment. They were able to strike, and even though they didn't end up getting the most damage, they were able to get the most kills in Syndicate and secure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and those additional placement points are going to be huge for Syndicate because it put them in a pretty decent spot moving forward into our second day here tomorrow. But, we will give some props to Panthers as well, because I think I had said it a couple times. When Panthers were getting into engagements throughout the day, their fights actually looked really, really solid. And whenever we were able to jump on board with them, we were able to see that firsthand, right? And I think that they kind of just took a little bit more time than some of the other squads to snowball and speed up.
Yep. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the stats from that last game by the team that took the win and snuck their way into the first page. It's Syndicate, as they were able to dish out a pretty decent amount of damage and do something that I think a lot of great teams are able to do. Not only do they do a lot of damage, but they convert that damage into kills. Nothing's worse, Seven, than when you do a ton of damage and then you end up with like 4 kills because they all get poached away.
We've seen it happen, right? We've seen it happen over and over again. Now, for Syndicate, one player that I do kind of want to stand out, actually 2 players that I kind of want to stand out for today, it's going to be Rad. Rad was able to actually collect 757 damage overall for today, 6 kills, 6 knockouts, and 1 assist. And then moving on from there is going to be Brain. He was able to only secure 4 kills, but he was also able to assist in 4, having the most assists for his team overall, Glitter. And I think that's always huge, right? We always talk about, hey, it's good that you're able to get kills, but it's also good that you're able to kind of help out your teammates when they need you the most.
100%, and Brain's their damage leader as well at almost 1,100 damage. So overall, like I said, really, really solid way for Syndicate to close out the day. I think moving into tomorrow, it's just going to be a matter of whether or not they can repeat that performance.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, there you have it, y'all. It's been a heck of a day so far of the opening of PMPL NA season number 2. The big name showed up. Ghost finally, feast or famine, and there's lots of feasting for them as they find themselves on the top of the leaderboard. Lazarus, I think, a surprise one, who had found their way up in second. Knights right there in third. I cannot wait to see the rest of this tournament unfold. And none of this would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus. With technology like HyperTouch made specifically for gamers, the 120 hertz display. Get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro, available at all major retailers. Again, thank you so much for helping sponsor and put on PMPL NA Season 2. All right, y'all, that's our day of action. It's been a lot of it, a bunch of heroes, some zeros, and some underdogs finding their way on up. Will they be able to continue tomorrow and earn their spot into the Super Weekend? Make sure to tune in and find out. On behalf of everyone here, all the talent, all the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you all tomorrow for more PMPL NA action. See ya.